And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very pleasant good afternoon here live from the campus of Brevard College. It is the final regular season matchup for the Brevard College women's Tornadoes as they approach the USA South Conference Tournament. On the air and bringing you all the action, I am Brady Penn, joined once again by my partner, Weston Coop. Coop, good to have you back on. We were treated to a thriller last weekend. The Tornadoes weren't able to come out on top. Obviously, looking to see them get the victory today. But what are you looking for from this team?
I'm expecting a lot of energy coming out, riding off of those two losses. I'm really expecting Coach Hud and his crew to come out here and just take care of business, ride into tourney time on a good note and just get things straightened away.
Like you said, Tornadoes coming off of two losses, that heartbreaker last weekend at home against Methodist, and then blew a lead on the road at Pfeiffer earlier this week and lost by a point, 60-59, and that's been a trend for the Tornadoes, is really these devastating losses, and it makes you think if two or three of those went a different way, if one ball bounces the other way, Tornadoes are maybe looking at a 2 seed in this conference tournament. Instead, they sit locked firmly into the 4. They will face the 5 seed in the first round of the USA South Tournament. But before that, a quick little tune-up here against Salem on Senior Day.
I'm actually excited to watch this game. Salem actually has a couple good players. For example, Dion Sampson and Alice Munn. Both those girls are bucket getters, man. That's about all I got to say for them. They play hard. They're definitely better than their record shows. They're just one of those teams that is just unfortunate in that aspect.
Absolutely. Not a time of year where you want to get caught napping. Tornadoes looking to end the season on a high note and finish the year out 16-8 here on their home floor. And in just a moment, we will send you down to the floor for Senior Day festivities, brought to you by PA announcer and Brevard College Athletics Hall of Fame member Ray Gill. Here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll send you down there for that. And then we will be back before the start of this one. Tornadoes and Salem here on Senior Day, game 1 of a doubleheader here at the Bosch.
Women's Basketball Senior Day presentation. Today we'll be honoring 4 BC Women's Basketball seniors. First, number 4, China Pouncey, a senior guard from Women's South Carolina. China is being escorted today by her mother, Virginia Pouncey, and her father, James Brown. China will graduate from BC in the spring with a bachelor's degree in business and organizational leadership. And following graduation, plans to pursue a career in pharmaceutical sales. On the court, China has appeared in 79 games for the Tornadoes with 44 career starts in her 4 seasons at Brevard, totaling 244 points, 328 rebounds, and 75 steals. China ranks top 10 in BC NCAA history in offensive rebounds for her career. Off the court, China is in the Omicron Delta Kappa National Honor Society, is a Border Leadership Scholarship recipient, and has made the Dean's List every semester at Brevard College. Her favorite memory at BC was tornado tip-off her sophomore season. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for number 4, China Pouncey. Next, number 13, Alexis Marshall, a senior guard from Shelby, North Carolina. Alexis is being escorted by Kenneth and Tanya Reed. Alexis will graduate from BC with a bachelor's degree in health science. Following graduation, Alexis plans to attend nursing school. Alexis has played in 41 career games with 16 starts in her 2 seasons with the Tornadoes, scoring 128 points with 70 rebounds, 69 assists, and 31 steals. Alexis was a dual sport athlete at BC in 2022, competing in both women's basketball and women's soccer. Alexis' favorite BC memory was dressing up and hanging out with her friends at the BC Formal last year. Ladies and gentlemen, number 13, Alexis Marshall. Next, number 24, McKenna Parkins, a senior guard from Marion, North Carolina. McKenna is being escorted today by her parents, Leslie and Randall Parkins, and her brother, Ryan Parkins. McKenna will graduate from BC in the spring of 2025 with a bachelor's degree in exercise science and health science and minors in coaching and psychology. Following graduation, McKenna plans to attend graduate school and pursue a master's in occupational therapy, specializing in special needs children. McKenna, who is a dual sport athlete competing in both women's basketball and volleyball, has accumulated 845 points, 464 rebounds, 124 assists, and 100 steals with 67 blocks in 70 games played at Brevard College. McKenna is top 10 in BC's NCAA era in both points and rebounds for her career. Off the court, McKenna is an RA, a peer leader, the treasurer for the Student Government Association, and is a member of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Academically, McKenna has made the Dean's List every semester, was named CSC Academic All-District for both basketball and volleyball, and is a member of Omicron Delta Kappa and Tri Beta Honor Societies. Her favorite BC memory was beating Maryville in the conference tournament her sophomore year and spraying Coach Hudson with water bottles in the locker room. Ladies and gentlemen, number 24, McKenna Parkins. Next, number 30, Cassie Clemens, a senior center from Asheville, North Carolina. Cassie will be escorted by her parents, Ruth and Ruth Clemens, and her brother, Ethan Clemens. Cassie will graduate from Brevard College with a bachelor's degree in math and applied physics. Following graduation, Cassie plans to student teach in the fall and plans to pursue a career as a high school math teacher. Cassie is a dual sport athlete at Brevard, competing in both women's basketball and softball. Cassie has appeared in 18 games for the Tornadoes, totaling 21 points and 25 rebounds. Cassie serves as a tutor and is in the honors program here at Brevard College. Academically, Cassie earned the highest GPA in Math and Physics Award in 2022, the Citizenship Award in Math in 2023, and the Exceptional Senior Award in Physics in 2023. Her favorite BC memory was winning the VESPY GOAT Award for the best teammate on and off the court. Fans, give it up for number 30, Cassie Clemens. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more round of applause for the 2023-2024 Brevard College Women's Basketball Senior Class. Charlottesville, South Carolina. Number 5, Lexi Shepard. And guard, 5'5" senior from Shelby, North Carolina. Number 13, Alexis Marshall. And guard, 5'9" junior from Huntersville, North Carolina. Number 15, Josie Hester. And it's center, a 5'8" senior from Asheville, North Carolina. Number 30, Cassie Herman. Your Tornadoes are coached by Mr. Donald Hudson and assisted by Mrs. Annalie Bollinger.
And there you have it, folks. The starting lineups brought to you by Brevard College Hall of Fame member Ray Gill. And now, gladly bringing you the action here, I am Brady Penn, accompanied by my partner, Weston Coop. Once again, Coop, great to have you on, and should be a good doubleheader of basketball here as we head into the USA South tournament with both Brevard College basketball teams tournament bound.
I'm excited to be here, man. I'm pumped. We got a day full of good stuff. Let's get to it.
Hopefully this game can live up to half as much as last Saturday's did, even if it was a losing effort for the Tornadoes. A brilliant showcasing of basketball there last Saturday afternoon. Looking for more of the same here. And the jump ball here between Pouncey and the mask-donning Lily Gorham, and it's taken away by Gorham and the Salem Spirits to start things off. Aaliyah Corpening has it up top. She moves Deshina Hopkins around, now goes to her left to Deion Sampson. Sampson bounces back over to Hopkins. Now Hopkins back to Sampson, who fires it into Gorham. It's through her hands and taken away by Plemons. Plemons getting the start here on Senior Day. We don't see a ton of her, but there she is making an impact immediately. Lexi Shepard now at the basketball, goes to her left, Alexis Marshall. Back to Shepard, now to the corner, Hester. Josie going to fire away. That one's going to get the roll and fall in. So Josie Hester picking up right where she left off last Saturday in this building with 33 points, knocking down a tray ball, and now with the steal. Josie steals, gives off to Lexi Shepard. Lexi steps back and lets everyone get in their place. Hester on the right wing, has it once again, looks for a pass, now goes lobbing over to her left to Lexi Shepard. Shepard, back to Hester. Josie thinks about the straightaway three. Instead to her left, the first to Marshall. Back to Hester. She'll take it this time. Josie from deep, in and out. Josie nearly with some fireworks to start this one back-to-back, as this one is lost on the dribble by Deion Sampson, but she gets it back in the back court. Now goes over to Corpening. Corpening moving Hopkins around, now goes to her left, Sampson. Immediately corralled by Lexi Shepard. Now Sampson trying to get the angle. She's cut off by Hester. A three ball from the left wing is off the mark there by Tierra C., and it'll be going the NATO's way. China Pouncey to inbound from the baseline here. And we'll see. Each coach kind of does this differently, Coop. On Senior Day, we'll see how long the senior lineup stays in. Although two non-seniors in as Josie Hester climbs the ladder and makes an athletic one-handed grab on a pass there. Now Lexi Shepard goes back to her. China moves to her right. Now gives to Hester. Marshall, left wing, driving to her left. Gives to Pouncey. China up top, Lexi Shepard fits it into Plemons. Hester, another three ball from Josie. That one's too strong. Offensive rebound, Alexis Marshall. She heads back outside to the right wing, and now even deeper. She'll step up. She goes to her right, Lexi Shepard. Lexi moving right to left, inside, pass outside, Josie Hester left wing. She drives in the lane. She goes up and gets the roll in the finish. Josie Hester with all 5 early Tornado points in the first 2 minutes. And Salem, quite honestly, lucky that it hasn't been 11 points for her, barely missing those 2 tray balls in the last few sequences, as that one is dribbled into heavy traffic, taken away, but a foul. Marshall came away with that one. Shepard, Pouncey, and Marshall all swarmed on number 10, Tierra C. But instead of whistle blown and a foul called against the Tornadoes, and now the first sub of the game for Salem is number 20, Isabella Childs, as well as number 9, Cree Bass. Or Bass, rather. As that one is fumbled in the corner on the pass by C, and it'll head out of bounds. Another Salem turnover here early on.
I'm really liking what the NATOs are doing offensively early, PZ. I got to say, I just really enjoy all this movement going around here. Everybody's touching it every possession.
It seems like everything finds its way back to Josie Hester, too. They want her to get the looks. Obviously, I would, too. if I was Coach Hudson and saw that performance she had last Saturday, as this time she defers to Shepard. Now back to Josie. Josie inside, pumps the brakes, now goes back up top. Lexi. Lexi left to right, charges inside herself, throws one up off the glass, too strong. Offensive rebound, Cassie Plemons. She goes up, can't get the second chance. Another offensive rebound, China Pouncey. Alexis Marshall, right side, a little floater. That one is going to bounce. No good, and the rebound hauled in by Isabella Childs, and now a dangerous pass there to number 5, Nakira Engel. Now she'll fire off the mark, but Childs right there on the offensive board. She goes up, can't get it, but a foul. A late whistle there, and just something to keep in mind. No connotation here with this, but this is the same officiating crew as last Saturday's game. Do with that information what you will. 5-0 Tornadoes, 3 minutes in here, as Isabella Childs heads to the free throw line looking to give Salem their first points of the contest, and does. Hard to keep up with the substitutions for Salem. They're playing a small lineup, obviously, only 4 players on the bench in uniform. 5, rather. One of them has a warm-up on, but still, though, a significantly smaller lineup than the Tornadoes have at their disposal today, as Childs hits both free throws and Salem is on the board. Pouncey looks for Josie Hester. Now Josie right back to her. Pouncey inside, whips it into the corner. Lexi Shepard, now she drives inside herself. Back out Hester. Her 4th 3-ball try is too strong. Offensive rebound, long offensive rebound over to Marshall. Josie has it back, turning around, looks for Marshall up top behind the 3-point line. Now she charges in the lane, throws one up, can't get it, and the rebound out of the reach of Plemons. It goes over to Sampson. Dion Sampson, one-on-one with Pouncey. Turning around now and retreating. Goes over to Bass. Now into the corner, Engel. Bass once more. Engel again. Fits it in Childs. Childs loses the basketball. Now Marshall has it. Another turnover for Salem. Marshall thought about finding Shepard. Now she'll slow it down and be doubled. And she bounces over to Hester. Left side, China Pouncey. Hesitates. Now gives back to Josie Hester behind the 3-point line. Josie thinks about the deep 3. Instead bounces to her left. Lexi Shepard with 15 still on the shot clock. No need to rush anything. Shepard around a screen from Plemons. Now Marshall. Josie Hester fires in Plemons. A couple of dribbles. Cassie, reverse layup is good. On senior day, you see how much the bench is loving that. Again, Cassie Plemons, not a player we've seen a whole ton of this season, but getting her moment in the sun here on senior day early on.
And you just have to love to see that on senior day. I mean, it's just so fitting.
Sampson, floater is good from the right side. First field goal of the afternoon for Salem, and it is 7-4 Tornadoes here, nearly halfway through the first. Pouncey goes to her left, Alexis Marshall. Now Hester once more. Josie around a screen, a deep 2. That one's short off the front of the iron, and the rebound brought in by Nakira Engel. That one's knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Salem. And some more changes coming here for the Spirits.
The Nails on offense here. They're just getting good look after good look, just not falling early.
Absolutely. 7-4 halfway through the first. We'll step aside for just a moment and return. Back here out of the timeout. Salem with the basketball. It's Sampson. Now Childs goes over to the left side, firing it up, is Corpening in, knocking it down. Left side jumper there has this one at a 1-point ball game early on, 7-6. Salem 8-16. Lexi Shepard with the ball, turning around. Looking for someone now. Has a cutting Pouncey, but it's knocked away. Pass knocked away there by Engel, and now here comes Salem on the break. Engel has it on the left wing. She'll try and fit it inside to Gorham. Gorham turning around, going up and getting the basket, and Salem all of a sudden on a little bit of a run has the lead. Lexi Shepard, or to Pouncey. China, right to left, thinks about it from the top of the key. Hesitation jumper is good. China Pouncey buries that one. Tornadoes back out in front 9-8. Nearly a turnover there. Engel was not happy with the contact there. Aggressive defense by the Tornadoes. She felt like she got a little bit more than she bargained for. And now a group of mass subs here for the Tornadoes. It'll be Jada Petty-Wilkins, Nalia Boyce, and Christina Roan all hopping in. Plemons, Marshall, and Shepard will all sit down for the time being. Right side, Sampson. Now Corpening. Goes back to Sampson. Corpening this time will drive in the lane. She goes up through contact, can't find it. Rebound, Nalia Boyce. Possibly some contact there, but no whistle as Jada Petty-Wilkins brings it up the floor. Hands off to Josie Hester. Now China Pouncey has it, and she'll charge in. China gets caught up on Aaliyah Boyce, now gives off to Hester. Josie goes up through contact and one on the jumper. That's 7 points for Josie, and a chance to make it 8 here at the stripe before the first quarter concludes. Still 3:22 left in this first. Josie Hester very clearly the spark plug of the offense.
It does seem like if she's going, then the whole team is also going there.
Absolutely. Especially with the absences, the notable absences of Parkins and Miller. Probably the second and third best weapons on this team, depending on where you want to rank them, as that one goes through the hands of Gorham and is taken away by China Pouncey. China wanted Roan, now she's caught up. She gets it to Petty-Wilkins at the corner. Jada gonna let it fly. That one's gonna spin around and drop. How about that? Shooter's roll there for Jada Petty-Wilkins, and an instant tray ball for her, one of the better shooters on this team. As she is beat on the defensive end, now going coast to coast and missing is Engel. Nalia Boyce with the rebound. Josie pushing it, gets it up to Roan. Christina turning around, finds Petty-Wilkins. She won't go for that one. Instead, she'll pass up top back to Roan. Roan bounces up top, China Pouncey. China gets it outside to Hester. Josie behind the back. She's swarmed. Now gets it off Petty-Wilkins. 7 on the shot clock. Jada passed to Boyce. She wasn't ready for it. Roan straightaway three-pointer. No good. Off the right side of the iron. And an empty possession there for the Tornadoes as Corpening has it and brings it up. Corpening over to Gorham. Now Engel around the horn into the corner. It's Sampson who goes back out to Corpening, and she's going to be called for a walk. Made the shot after the walk, but a moot point there. Cree Bass getting ready to check back in. Christina Roan brings the ball up. 2:05 remaining here in the first. Tornadoes holding a 15-8 lead after a run here. That one's taken away and stolen. Engel on the break. Street newly checked in. Contest and a miss. Jada Petty-Wilkins with the board, and now Street will use her athleticism to bring it up the court. Slowing things down now. Chest pass over to Jada Petty-Wilkins on the BC logo. Jada going to drive in the paint herself. Goes up. Hit hard, and she'll go to the free throw line for 2 already with 3 points on her ledger here in the first. And the Leah Boy's going to go over and talk to head coach Donald Hudson here. That's Nakira Angle. Her first foul. It's the second for the Spirits as a team. And with 1:42 remaining here in the first, the Tornadoes with a chance at the line up 7. Jada sinks the first. Now a couple of dribbles, a spin of the basketball, and number 2 is good. So Jada perfect on that trip. She's got 5. Second leading scorer for the Nados behind Josie Hester, who has 8. Now Bass has it. Hesitates for a moment, now gets to Corpening. Right side, Sampson, a three, too strong. Good rebound there by Jada Petty-Wilkins, and now she's going to push the tempo. Finds Street. Oh, what a pass in transition. Street with the finish at the rack. Defense turning into offense there. The fast break and a great pass from Jada Petty-Wilkins. Up top, Bass swings to her left. Corpening inside, fires one up through contact and a foul. So the whistle blows there, and 2 free throws coming for Aaliyah Corpening. Corpening 1 for 2 so far, 2 points on her line.
At the line for segment number 2, Leah Corpening.
First free throw good there for Corpening. As is the second. Perfect trip there for Corpening. It's a 19-10 ball game with 1:08 to go here in the first, and Michaela Street will bring it up here as we near the conclusion of quarter number 1. Pass over to Christina Roan. Now Roan, nice pass fitted into Hester there. Now Boyce, gonna go to work, turn it around. Oh my goodness, there's not much you can do there.
I think we got a mouse in the house, Peasy.
Tierra Lee was no match for Aaliyah Boyce in that patented post turnaround, as that one's off the mark there from Corpening. Josie Hester with the board. 41 seconds to go here in the first, and Josie will dump it off to Jada Petty-Wilkins. Guarded by Angle on the right side, crossing over right to left. Inside, Petty-Wilkins throws it up, and it's going to go off of the hand of Lily Gorham, I believe there. No, rather Tierra Lee. And now Isabella Child's going to come get Lee. And checking in for the first time will be Triana Smallwood. First time we've seen her here. 32 seconds remaining in the first. Christina Roan to inbound from the baseline. Bounces into Michaela Street on the right side. Street moving left to right. Gets the edge. Goes inside. Pass is taken away by Bass. She was trying to find Aaliyah Boyce. Bass does not have numbers on the break here. She'll turn around with no shot clock running. Sampson going to hold on to it here. See what they come with here. Head coach Cherie Boyd in her second year on looking from the sideline. Now left to right. Sampson, 8 on the clock. Goes to Bass. Going to pull a straightaway 3. That one's money. Clock continues to tick. 2 seconds. Petty-Wilkins going to fire from deep. And Jada Petty-Wilkins nearly knocked one down from beyond half court, but not to be. Tornadoes still hold an 8-point lead as we head to the second. 21-13. Josie Hester leading the way with 8 points for the Nados. Jada Petty-Wilkins with 5. We'll be back here in just a moment from the Bosch. End of the first, 21-13 Nados. Inbound here to Christina Roan to start the second off. Christina going to waste no time. Firing from beyond the arc. That one's in and out. Offensive rebound out of the reach of Michaela Street and brought in by Angle. Flails around for a moment and then brings it up. Sampson inside. Childs fumbles it for a moment. Now it's on the ground, and it's between the legs of Angle, and Michaela Street rips it right out. And the pass in transition goes straight over to Bass. Street nearly knocked into the stands. She gets up and recovers. Pass inside Angle. Trying to get by Boyce. She's ripped, but a foul. Couldn't tell if that was the hand of Aaliyah Boyce or Josie Hester that got in there. We'll find out here in a minute. Looks like the referees will deem that it was Aaliyah Boyce with the illegal contact there. That's her first here. 30 seconds into the second. Now back in is Tierra Lee. She'll get out Triana Smallwood. you know, Deion Sampson here, only 2 points. Has only shot up 2 field goal attempts in that first quarter. As she heaves an inbound pass into Bass. But third leading scorer in the conference has not really gotten active yet as Childs goes straight at Boyce, and that's not going to work. And Aaliyah Boyce, lockdown defender in the paint as Petty Wilkins gets it over to Josie. Josie going to go in the lane, floats it up. That one a bit too strong. Rebound brought in by Engel. Guarded up by Josie Hester. She drives inside, now fires it outside. Sampson going to pull up. A transition 2 is good.
Well, you asked for it, Peasy. There it is. Bucket by Deion Sampson.
Deion Sampson got the call there and said, I'm going to start shooting. Roan hands off to Josie Hester, who goes right to Michaela Street. Back to Hester. Josie fakes, now goes right to left and has no space. Boyce, right elbow, pass through the hands of Street, but gets over to Petty Wilkins in the corner. Roan, another 3 ball. That one short. Rebound angle. Tornadoes not quite consistent so far as Jada Petty Wilkins nearly takes that one away, and instead Bass finds Lee underneath the basket for 2 more Salem points. Salem continuing to stay in this thing right now, but what I was saying, Tornadoes not quite able to find consistency from three-point land. A lot of good looks and no real bad misses yet, but not quite able to find the bottom on the net on more than a few of these so far. Boyce, down low, gets it, turns around, scoops over to Street, who turns around, is swarmed by 3 defenders. Now it's taken away, and Childs has it in a 4-point game. 2 minutes into the second. Sampson coming up now. She crosses over on Street. That one's knocked up in the air, nearly taken by Roan, but recovered by Sampson. Childs, top of the key, jumper way off the mark, rebound Aaliyah Boyce. Josie Hester has it now, and she'll bring it up the floor for the NATOs. Over to Petty Wilkins, straight away from deep. Petty Wilkins just off the back iron, knocked around and brought in by Deion Sampson. Tornadoes all of a sudden going cold from three-point land. Sampson, pass inside, going up Lee. She gets the finish over Michaela Street, and a timeout coming here for Coach Donald Hudson. 21-19 ball game, 2.5 minutes in to the second quarter, and Salem's on a 6-0 run here. It was a 21-13 lead when we entered the second, now 21-19 as we step aside for just a moment here at the Bosch. Back out on the floor here. Tornadoes trying to withstand an early run here in the second quarter from Salem. And what has been the change here for Salem so far in the second as opposed to what you saw in the first?
I mean, it's really just been the NATOs going cold on offense. I mean, they're still getting the same looks as they did in the first quarter, just not falling. If you're the NATOs here, you don't panic. You keep doing what you're doing, and you keep trusting in the offense here.
Lexi Shepard running the offense and getting it over to Michaela Street. First time we have seen the NATOs out on the floor with no Josie Hester so far as Jada Petty Wilkins going to take it inside. She'll go up strong with the left hand, but just misses. Gets her own rebound and passes back out to Boyce. Nalia, deep 2 off the mark to the left, and the rebound is brought in by Corpering, but a foul there on the defensive pressure from the NATOs. Corpering came down with the board, and she immediately got met with pressure from both Shepard and Roan, but somebody reached there. And Salem with an opportunity to tie or take the lead here early in the second. Sampson takes it right at Street and a blocking foul. And I think it's clear right now, obviously Michaela Street, great athleticism and in my opinion a good defender, but I think it's pretty clear that the offensive strategy for Salem right now is to go at her and challenge her.
I think I definitely understand what you're seeing here. I think I'm seeing the same thing. You know, just attack her, try to get her on the bench so that way her defensive energy can't carry over to the rest of the team.
That one taken away on the inside by China Pouncey and a foul on Sampson. So we'll head down to the other side of the floor as Childs comes back in, and interesting to see the way that Cherie Boyd is managing this lineup here for Salem. Obviously, once again, a limited group of players, but the way that these substitutions are working, it feels almost like a hockey game or something. Everybody just coming in and out and in and out.
I mean, it seems like every whistle, any chance, somebody's over there ready to come in.
Shepard gets it over to Nalia Boyce. Not sure if that was deflected or not. Had a weird spin coming off the hand, but either way, it gets from point A to point B. And Nalia Boyce adds 2 more.
We're going to go with the pass there.
I'm going to say that was intentional. I believe it was. I believe it may have been tipped, but I think the intent was there regardless, as Childs has it in the corner. Pump fakes on Boyce, now puts up a floater and hits it. 23-21, back and forth here in the first half. Shepard goes over to Pouncey. Swinging to Roan. Roan stepping back, gives to Boyce. Nalia up top, hands off Jada Petty-Wilkins. Jada nearly got away with a carry there. Now gets inside to Boyce, who goes up and gets 2 more for the NATOs. Nalia Boyce inside has been pretty automatic so far, Coop.
Got a mouse in the house, man.
So we're saying Nalia's the extermination service here?
We are saying that. Cook's pest control, if you will.
I'm going to call it the mouse trap. Boyce picks up on Corpening there, now backs off. Pass is intercepted again. Oh, climbing the ladder. Athletic effort by China Pouncey. China one-on-one on the break. Gets by Sampson. And no basket of travel called on China Pouncey. Way to ruin a moment. China Pouncey, that was a heck of a grab. That was Odell Beckham-esque.
I mean, there might have been a little feet shuffle down there, but there was a little bit of contact.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Come on. You watch the NBA, you'll see these guys bringing up the floor and travel every single time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%.
But I guess this isn't the NBA. It's USA South Division III women's basketball. So we'll let it buff, as that one is going to catch nothing but air there from Bass. And it'll turn right back over to the NATOs with 5:09 to go in half number 1 and a 4-point lead. Lexi Shepard calling out the play. Now brings it up on the left side. Shepard directing traffic here. Wants Roan to come around, and instead she brings it to the free throw line and has it taken away. Ball is on the ground. Petty-Wilkins right there to take it back in. Jada is fouled as she tries to pass it out into the right corner to Nalia Boyce. That'll be the second foul against the Spirits. It's on Deion Sampson, who also received the first.
I got to say, this Salem team here is coming out and playing aggressive on defense. They're just all up in your face.
I mean, they're the number 1 team in the conference in terms of steals per game, so it might be their MO, is that tenacious defense and active hands. As Nalia Boyce has it on the free throw line, see if she goes at Childs here. Turning around, fires over to Lexi. Lexi fakes, makes a move, loses the basketball, and now Childs takes it in. Bass, deep pass over here to Engel, who's going to shoot a deep 2. That one's off the mark, rebounded by Boyce. 4:24 to go here. Shepard. NATO's leading at 25-21. Around the screen, Lexi Shepard now navigating and giving to Boyce. Left wing, Jada Petty-Wilkins. Bass on her. She spins around. She charges in, goes up, and gets the foul call. Trying to get the and one. Upset that she wasn't able to finish, but she does have 2 waiting for her at the stripe here. Petty-Wilkins with 5 points, 1 for 4 from the field so far, 1 for 2 from beyond the arc. 3 boards and an assist as well. Coming back in here for Salem, it'll be Gorham and Triana Smallwood. Josie Hester will check back in for the final 4 minutes and change for the Tornadoes. Christina Roan will bow out. Petty-Wilkins knocks down the first free throw, make it 6 points for her. 3 for 3 from the stripe. And now make it 4 for 4. Jada Petty-Wilkins perfect in 2 trips so far. 4:07 to go in half number 1. 27-21 the tally in favor of the Tornadoes as Corpening trying to get by Lexi Shepard and will not finish. She tried to go coast to coast there and outrun Shepard. She might have got by her, but she could not get the finish at the rack. Jada Petty-Wilkins loses it, dives after it, and knocks it over to Josie Hester. What a hustle play there from Jada. Nalia, deep two. That one's off the mark. Smallwood with the board. And now Corpening with another chance. She passes down the floor to Bass. Bass kind of being used as a spot-up shooter so far. She'll move around the screen and now fit it in to Gorham, who is hacked. China Pouncey kind of, sometimes it's so sporadic the way that China moves. Looks like she just threw her body at her.
And I mean, that is good rotation there. We just gotta stay on our feet there. I mean, only thing wrong with it was just a jump.
Maybe just a half second too late. But I think it was clear the Tornadoes saw what was trying to be executed there by Salem as Gorham knocks down the first free throw. And both good there for Lily Gorham. Salem actually shooting a higher clip from the field right now, just barely. 40% to the Tornadoes, 38.5%. Petty-Wilkins going to launch again from deep. That one's off the mark, and China Pouncey will not be able to save the offensive board. She was flying into the stands there, nearly ran straight into men's associate head coach Miles Leathers down there. Coach Leathers had to brace himself there for a minute. Kamikaze was flying in, China Pouncey. 4-point ball game, 27-23 with 3:21 and counting to go here in half number one. Corpening on Shepard. This has been a battle all game long so far, both trying to show off their speed as Lexi pokes that one out. It's going to be last touched by Salem. Active hands there from Lexi Shepard this time. And another Salem turnover. That's already the 10th turnover for the Spirits here in the first half. NATO's not doing a whole lot better, though, with 7 of their own. 7 steals for the NATOs, 6 for Salem. You look at points in the paint, NATO's dominating in that department, 14-4 here in the first half as Nalia Boyce gets it with 3 minutes even on the clock. Now Petty-Wilkins inside, has a crease, and will get the finish. That one thought about falling off the rim and decided to obey and drop. 2 more for Petty-Wilkins, 9 points for her now, leading all scorers. Engel goes at Boyce and is going to throw up a shot that's not going to make it there. Boyce and Hester convene for the rebound. Now Josie finds a cutting Jordan Gresham, who just checked in for the first time, and they caught Salem sleeping there. Gresham on the fast break got out of there. Josie Hester did not miss her in the painted area. 2 more for the NATOs, and they lead it 31-23 with 2.5 remaining here in half number one. And Coop, what have you seen from the Tornadoes so far that has them out in this 8-point lead, and what could they be doing better to this point?
From the NATOs so far, what I like is their consistency of getting good looks. Like, sure, we may not be hitting shots, but we're getting open threes, we're getting good looks in the paint, we're getting in the free throw line. You're doing the stuff you need to win. We just got to start hitting some shots, and on defense, we got to start getting back. A lot of their points have come from us just being lackadaisical after we score on offense. So I think we just got to continue to push back and be there.
Absolutely. 31-23, the count as we near the break.
And I kind of feel maybe a little bit of momentum here.
Absolutely. If the Tornadoes can string on another 4 or 5 points here, all of a sudden you're looking at a 13-point lead instead of an 8-point lead, and you feel a lot better about that, especially, I mean, whether or not you're locked into that 4 seed or not, you realize that this is an opponent that, realistically speaking, you should be able to handle if you're the Tornadoes. Don't want to drop a third straight heading into the tournament. Want to create momentum as Sampson dumps off to Engel, who tries to turn the corner, now gets it to Bass on the left side. Bass inside, tries to get a pass inside. It's swatted away by Gresham right to Nalia Boyce. Another turnover there for the Spirits. Lexi moves towards Josie Hester. Josie going to let everybody come around. Gets it to Nalia Boyce. Boyce fires a pass over to Josie Hester. Josie looking to fit it into Boyce. She will not, but it goes through the hands of Boyce and off the hands of Engel. So it'll stay right here with the Tornadoes as Lily Gorham checks back in. And again, man, these rotations are not like some I've seen so far this season. Got to do what you got to do with a smaller group of players to work from as Gresham gets it from Hester. Now Boyce, 5 on the shot clock. Petty-Wilkins from deep again. This one's on the money.
There it is. You want to talk about a spark? That is Jada Petty-Wilkins right there.
Petty Wilkins with 12 here in the first half. 1:34 remaining. Engel turns her back to Petty Wilkins. Now Corpening nearly losing the ball and does. Taken away. Petty Wilkins 3-on-1 break. Pass in transition to Shepard. Shepard back to Petty Wilkins, who goes up and is fouled. Sampson was nearly able to close out on that one and send it flying. She may have, but not without a little contact, at least by the judgment of the referee. And 2 more free throws coming here for Jada Petty Wilkins, who already has 12 here in half number 1. Bass will come back in for Salem, and head coach Cherie Boyd trying to argue that that was a block by Sampson. Corpening also wants an explanation on the other side of the floor when the ball was ripped from her, as Jada Petty Wilkins cannot knock down free throw number 1. Trying to split the pair here. That's her first miss from the stripe. She was 4 for 4 prior to that, now 4 for 5. And now 5 for 6. 1 blemish so far and 3 trips to the line. 1:16 to go, 35-23 rather. 12-point Tornado lead. Engel trying to find space on Josie Hester. Dancing on the baseline. Nice move there by Childs to get past the defender and get to the rack for 2 more Salem points. Isabella Childs has been playing pretty well and getting some good looks down there in the paint. 6 points for her, 2 for 4 from the field. Working on Aaliyah Boyce, which is not an easy task. Shepard around a screen from Gresham. She throws it up through contact, and maybe Lexi trying to get bailed by the whistle there and does successfully. Salem not happy with some of these calls. Objectively speaking, I do think that the whistles have been blown maybe a little bit too frequently combined between the two teams, but, I mean, it happens.
Yeah, sometimes you just come across games like that, but one thing I really can appreciate is how that they're going both ways with it. Like, it's not just blatantly from one way or the other. I like how they're at least being fair in that aspect.
100%. Shepard knocks down both, and it's 37-25. Corpening keeps trying to get that edge on Lexi Shepard, and Lexi not giving an inch. Bass on Petty Wilkins. Stepping back, thinks about the shot instead. Barely gets it into Gorham. Had to climb the ladder for that one. Now to Childs, contested by Shepard. Turning around on Boyce, going up and getting the finish. Tough basket there. 8 points for Isabella Childs. I got to say, I'm impressed with the Salem center here, the backup center, at least in today's lineup. Boyce, swarmed by Childs, now has to move to her left, and Petty Wilkins going to fire from deep. Jada Petty Wilkins short. Offensive rebound hauled in by Lexi Shepard. It's off her hands. Fighting for it on the ground are Shepard and Gresham, and that will be the half. NATOs were trying to recover the ball there to get one final shot off, but they'll settle for a 10-point lead as we head to the break. NATOs in their final regular season contest, final conference contest, trying to get some momentum and ride that into the tournament here, Coop, against the Spirits. NATO's taking a look at the team stats here. Only 3 for 11 from beyond the arc, but Salem only knocked down 1. 3 for 12, actually, for the NATOs. Salem only knocked down 1 in 3 tries. Look at total field goal percentage. Again, Salem still shooting a slightly better clip, nearly 44%. NATO's just under 41% from the field. But the NATOs are winning that very crucial rebounding battle, 19-13. You look at the defensive rebounds, dead even, but offensive rebounds, 7 for the Tornadoes, only 1 for Salem. And then turnovers, 12 turnovers for Salem in that first half. Not a good output at all for them. 7 for the NATOs, not great either, but not the worst, and something that they can definitely build on. And then you look at bench points and points in the paint, the other two big discrepancies. 23 bench points for the NATOs, only 11 for Salem, which is interesting when you look at the number of subs that have come in for Salem already. But you look at points in the paint, NATO's winning that one 18-8, more than doubling off Salem. So far it looks like the key is the interior game for the Tornadoes, the rebounding battle and the points in the paint, and then obviously the depth coming to light for the Tornadoes here so far. I was just saying, see, NATO's leading 37-27.
All right, well, you know, I've said it time and time again here, and I know it's a 10-point deficit. I know that's kind of a comfortable lead, but it's not. I just think if you're Coach Hood and the NATOs here, I think you keep doing what you're doing. I know I've said this, and I'm going to keep reiterating this because if you're getting good looks and you're doing what needs to be done, eventually the shots will fall. You're not going to be cold all game. I think you keep finding your players. You keep finding Jada Petty-Wilkins. You keep feeding Boyce down low. You keep finding Josie on the perimeter. You keep attacking them. You keep trying to force them to keep making these subs. I think you make the subs where they have to happen instead of the coach of Salem picking win. I think you want to try to expose some matchups as well. And on defense, I think you just keep getting back because majority of their points, once again, have been off of bad rotations or just lack of effort. So I'm just looking to just be more aggressive on both ends here and just keep doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. So when you look at the individual numbers for Salem, 8 points from Isabella Childs on 3 for 5 from the field. She's kind of leading the way here. 4 points for 4 different Spirit players, Lee, Sampson, Gorham, and Corponen. And then 3 more chipped in as well from Bass, 1 for 2 for her, and that make was from beyond the arc. You look at the Tornadoes, 13 points for Jada Petty-Wilkins in the first half. Jada was 3 for 8 from the field, 4 rebounds, and then Josie Hester with 8 points as well. 5 of those came early on. Josie 3 for 8 from the field, only 1 for 4 from beyond the arc. Do not expect that to stay the same, but Josie kind of turned into a distributor there towards the latter half of the opening act of this one. 3 assists for Josie Hester, so 21 combined points between Hester and Petty-Wilkins, and then kind of scoring in little bunches for everybody else. 2 points apiece for Clemens, Pouncey, Shepard, Street, and Gresham. Each of them have gotten a bucket here. Nalia Boyce with 6 points of her own on 3 for 5 from the field with 5 rebounds to boot. So a pretty overall team effort here with Petty-Wilkins and Hester spearheading the effort here. About 12 minutes until half number 2. NATO's leading it by double figures, 37-27. And we'll be back here momentarily with the second half. Brady Penn on the air here with Weston Coop, enjoying a good one so far. Game 1 of a doubleheader here at the Bosch. Men's coming up, remember, after this with the number 2 seed in the USA South on the line. So big day of basketball on senior day for the NATOs. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back. Back here for the second half. Things about to get rolling here. NATO's leading at 37-27. And Coop, what are you looking for here in the second half as the NATO's try and close this one out and end the regular season on a high note?
I'm looking for good defensive rotations. I'm looking for no easy shots. And then on the offensive end, I'm looking for just trying to have our way down low. Just trying to, easy dub here, just trying to get the little, easy shots. So that way we can just do what we need to do and ride in the tournament on a high note, because I'm not looking at this as a must-win, but at the same time I am. Regardless whether this affects polls or standings or whatever, this is a must-win. You do not want to go into tournament time 3 losses.
Absolutely not. That would be 3 consecutive losses if the Tornadoes were to end up losing this one, but hopefully not the case. And by the way, Jada Petty-Wilkins already closing in on a career high. Her current career high for the NATOs is 18. She sits at 13, so 6 second-half points, and it'll be a new career mark on senior day here for Jada Petty-Wilkins, who granted is not a senior, but last game of the year getting your career high is pretty cool. Salem with the basketball here. Bass has it left wing. She'll fire, and that one misses short. Hester goes for the rebound. They'll say that she touched it, and it'll stay with Salem. Again, for those not familiar with this, the Tornadoes are locked into that number 4 seed. The only question is whether they'll play Greensboro or William Peace, who sit at the 5 and 6 spots within a game of each other. Driving inside is Corpering, and she can't get it. So a miss and an empty possession the first time out in the second half for Salem. Lexi Shepard goes to her left, China Pouncey. Same lineup Tornadoes started the game off with, which means Cassie Plemons back in there. She got a bucket in half number 1. Marshall, left to right, gives to Lexi Shepard. Shepard once more around the corner. Pulls a mid-range jumper. Lexi just a bit too strong. Rebound knocked out of the hand of Childs. Marshall has it. Lexi left wing. Hester, pump fake. Free throw line jumper is off the mark to the right. Fighting and going for the offensive rebound is China Pouncey. She's able to corral it in front of the scorer's table. A third chance opportunity here for the Tornadoes on their first possession of half number 2. Pouncey gets it into Plemons, who tries to hand it off to Pouncey, and it's taken away. Corpening up the floor now. See if she can find numbers. She can't. Trying to weave away from Lexi Shepard, and it'll be Marshall that picks her up. Corpening over to Lee. Now in the corner, nearly taken away. Pouncey knocked that one out as they were looking for Bass. Now Lily Gorham will come back in for Salem here. Tornadoes, again, active on defense all first half long, looking to continue that here. And a lot of that starts with China Pouncey, who swarms up on Bass. Now up top, it's Engel. Inside Gorham, trying to get the edge on Plemons. She does, but smokes the layup too strong. Marshall with the rebound, and now a foul against Gorham. That'll be the first for Salem here in half number 2, about 2 minutes in. Pouncey drops it in to Lexi Shepard. Marshall. Possession number 3 of the second half for the NATOs. Left elbow Plemons. Turning around, gives off to Marshall. Alexis Marshall inside through contact, and she'll be called for a carry. Another empty possession for the NATOs. Third in 3 tries to begin the second half. Left side, it's Corpening, who dumps it over to the right side. Bass back to Corpening now. Deion Sampson about to check back in. That one mistimed on the jump by China Pouncey, trying to take it away. Somehow that ball stays in play and does not touch the baseline as Josie Hester able to pull it in. And now China Pouncey has it. Pouncey right behind her to Lexi Shepard. Now Marshall. Turning the corner, gives to Hester. Josie going to pull again from 3. That one off the mark, and the rebound pulled in by Gorham. Good board there by Gorham. He's wearing that mask out there on the court, something you don't see often, as Josie Hester nearly takes another one away, but knocks it right to Gorham, who puts a couple of moves there on Tornado defenders, fires one up and hits it. Lily Gorham with some nice footwork there and a nice finish at the basket. Coach Hudson yelling out defensive instructions. Shepard, right to left. Now Hester again. Josie looking for a pass. It's Plemons at the free throw line, who dumps off to Marshall. Marshall. Pouncey left wing. 5 on the shot clock. China. Floater is good. Pouncey gets a basket there for the NATOs. First of the second half for Brevard. That one's poked away by Hester. Shepard finds Hester out in transition. On the break, Josie, easy 2.
When the NATOs set up in that press and take their time and hunker down, they are so effective.
Tornado defense, 3rd overall in the USA South Conference, is Lexi Shepard nearly able to poke one out there. So is Alexis Marshall, but Engel able to stay with it. Corpening. Inside Lee. Goes up on Pouncey. Too strong, but a foul. China Pouncey, not sure she's the biggest fan of that call. I will say, again, this is the same officiating crew that we saw last Saturday against Methodist, and whether the physicality levels varied or not, I will say that this crew has been more consistent here in this one than they were last weekend, in my opinion.
I'll have to agree with you there. Like I said, there have been several fouls, but at least it's going both ways. So at the end of the day, everybody should be quite okay.
2 free throws coming here for Tierra Lee. She hits the first. As well as the second. 41-31, 10-point lead for the NATOs. Pouncey into Lexi Shepard. Lexi, left wing. Hester fires away again, straight away. That one's on the money. Josie Hester knocks it down. Straight away 3, and now immediate defensive pressure on Deion Sampson. Gets it away to Corpening. Has it again. Now Sampson, right wing. Going in between defenders, goes up on Plemons and gets a great roll there. Deion Sampson, number 3 scorer in the conference, is able to get that one some English on the rim, and it falls in for 2 more. Shepard going inside, attacking, going up, she can't finish, just short on the layup. Now chasing behind Corpening and nearly able to steal it from behind. Instead, Corpening stays with it, floats it up too strong. Rebound, Josie Hester. Josie was looking for a pass, now brings it up herself. A handoff to Shepard as the NATOs move around off the ball. Shepard floats it in, Plemons, corner, wide open. Josie Hester from deep, yes! Hester knocks that one down. Another 3 for her. That's her 3rd make in 6 tries.
Here it comes. She's getting hot. Here it comes.
Corner. Engel goes right at Plemons. Tries the reverse. Pouncey right there to contest it. No good. Wild layup there. And now a foul against Pouncey once again. And China, I think, starting to get a little bit frustrated with the officiating. And she'll come out as a result. We'll see Shania Hauser for the first time. But first, immediate timeout before Shania Hauser comes in. Tornadoes leading it 47-33 after a couple of Josie Hester 3 balls. 14-point lead halfway through the 3rd. We'll return here in just a moment.
All right, we're on.
Out of the break here, 47-33. The lead for the Tornadoes. Bass, quick inbound to Lee, who gets the spot and the 2. So a good play for Salem out of the timeout as Marshall going to take a deep jumper of her own from the left side. It's good from deep. Alexis Marshall getting in on the three-point fun. I just want to offer a correction here. Not the exact same crew as last weekend, same head official as last weekend. Two different counterparts for him as a three taken there by Salem off the mark. Rebound last touched by Nakira Engel and the Spirits. It'll go the NATO's way. Shania Hauser, first time that we've seen her in a while. Actually, the junior, we saw her a lot more at the beginning of the season. Has kind of been phased out of the rotation a little bit as Shepard gets it underneath, gives to Plemons. Cassie trying to find a pass. It's Marshall. Flipped into the corner. Hester gets a fake, goes up, pump fake, no good. Cassie Plemons with the offensive board and the second chance basket. Second basket of the game for Cassie Plemons, and it prompts head coach Cherie Boyd to call a timeout for Salem. We're heading right back to another stoppage. 52-35, a 17-point lead with 4 minutes even remaining here in the third. Don't go anywhere, folks. Tornado basketball from the Bosch. Four minutes to go here in the third. NATOs have opened up a 17-point lead. A good third quarter for them so far, halfway through it. A little bit more, rather, as that one knocked away from Engel. It's on the ground. Lexi Shepard has it. She's wrapped up, and it'll be a jump ball with the possession arrow going the NATO's way. That was Deshina Hopkins, whose name we have not called very much, getting in the scrum there with Lexi Shepard, forcing the jump ball, but a moot point as it leads towards the Tornadoes' end of the floor anyways. Hester working on Nakira Engel. Now Plemons has it. Doubled. Cassie gets it over to Marshall. Marshall crossing into the corner. Lexi Shepard. Plemons goes up strong. Two more for Cassie Plemons there. Cassie Plemons have a day here on senior day as Sampson has it. Puts a move on Plemons and gets by her. Good speed there from Sampson, and as good of a game as Cassie Plemons is having, I don't think anybody can expect her to stay at that same tempo and pace as the quick, shifty Deion Sampson. Shepard bounces it over on the left elbow to Plemons again, who gets it right back to Lexi. Shepard inside. Back out Marshall, fumbles it momentarily, gets it back. Hester moves to her right, inside, 5 on the shot clock, a floater from Josie, no good, offensive rebound. Shania Hauser, she puts it up and gets a second chance. That's why the Tornadoes are killing it in terms of offensive rebounds, as a deep pass goes over to Engel, who goes straight at Plemons and one. Plemons hits the ground hard there. It'll be an and one opportunity for Nakira Engel.
So we talked about earlier about Boyo Boys having a pest control business. Are we thinking that Cassie Plemons has an internship there or something?
She might. It might be some summer credit. Cassie.
Possibly started it?
Yeah, right. Cassie still trying to shake off the physical impact of hitting the ground like that. I mean, Engel came at her hard. And Cassie took the brunt of that hit as Engel completes the three-point play, and the lead's back down to 16 with 2:37 to go in quarter number 3. Shepard racing down the floor and has it ripped out of her hands by Engel. Engel with some energetic basketball here in the last couple of sequences. Sampson loses it. It's taken away. Marshall, ball's on the ground. They're fighting for it. This one will be another jump ball, but the possession arrow, having switched to the Salem side of the floor, will stay right here. Deion Sampson looking a little bit confused there at what the determined call was, but Salem does have it as Bass calls out the play and gives over to Engel. Engel guarded by Alexis Marshall, 12 on the shot clock. Down low, Childs. Haven't called her name out here in the second half, but we will right there. 2 points and a nice move there and good touch off the glass for Isabella Childs, who had 8 points in the first half to lead the scoring for Salem. I believe that's her first basket here in half number 2, though, and it is. Shepard racing inside and gets the finish. Lexi Shepard talking. Oh, you see a middle finger thrown up at Lexi Shepard by Engel there. The referees did not catch it, and she is lucky. Lexi Shepard is talking to her and letting her know, though, that she can't hang. A foul there. And look, Josie Hester getting in on it, too. Engel wants to keep talking, but, I mean, the words don't have the same effect when you're down 16, Coop.
No, and I just hope that it doesn't continue to get ugly like this. I hope that both teams can just keep it mellow, because nobody needs any kind of thing going into tournament time. Right
now it seems like all Engel. I mean, I think that she's kind of baiting these tornadoes. You see Hester goes and has a seat, but I think Hester and Shepard both kind of getting baited, and they're both on the bench now. Not sure if there's any correlation to that.
Kind of giving off Last Chance U vibes, EMCC.
Right. Missed there from Sampson. Rebound hauled in by Shania Hauser. And, man, Engel really lucky that the referees did not catch that obscene gesture coming up the floor. I mean, it was quick. It was subtle, but the announcer up here saw it. If I had stripes on, it would have been a T. Hauser has it up top. Now Marshall. Alexis, left to right, picks up her dribble. Now Boyce. Fires it in. Hauser backing down, back out to Marshall. Fumbles it for a moment. 4 on the shot clock. Marshall gets the finish at the rack with the left hand. Marshall, one of the more soft-spoken tornadoes, is not going to engage in the trash talk with Engel. Maybe a breath of fresh air for number 5 on Salem. 60-42. Childs trying to get space and positioning on Boyce. She goes up, can't hit, but a foul. A late whistle there at that. That's against Hauser. It's her first and the 5th for the NATOs, so for the final 43 seconds, if there's another whistle, it'll be bonus time for Salem. Childs can't hit the first. 18-point ball game. Tornadoes have done a great job pulling away here in the third. They led it by 10 at the half. Now they lead it by 17. As Roan has the ball taken away from her. Chasing after Engel here. Engel will go up, get fouled, and get the finish. This will surely only add fuel to the fire for Nakira Engel, as she's heading to the line once more. A 15-point lead is a chance to drop down to 14 with 32 seconds remaining here in the third. And she hits the free throw, completes another three-point play, as she did a couple of moments ago off of Cassie Plemons. And it's 60-46 with 25 seconds remaining in the third. Hauser around a screen from Boyce. Good screen there from Nalia, but rejected. Childs sent that one right over towards the cheerleaders, a big block. The Tornado bench still getting hyped. And I think a lot of this is directed at Engel. You see Lexi Shepard looking right at her. Continuing to clap.
I believe I heard Lexi say over there that she's about to come back in.
And actually did miss that was a foul. Thought it was a clean rejection by Childs. The referees deem that that's not the case. Shania Hauser has 2 free throws, and there she is knocking down the first. Couldn't hear the whistle over the collective noise from that Tornado bench, as Hauser not able to hit free throw number 2. Salem can hold for the last shot if they'd like, and they might do so. Bass has it now over to Sampson. Sampson did the same thing earlier in the ball game, setting it up and waiting. Engel, left wing, goes into the corner. Childs, 5 seconds. That one's knocked away. It'll stay with Salem with 4.2 remaining here in the third. $15-point lead. Salem trying to cut into that with one final shot before we head to the final frame. Engel, a pass into Sampson. Bass, quick fire three. That one's way off the mark. Nothing happening there for Salem. 61-46 the score. Things getting a little bit hotly contested and maybe even a little bit chippy as we head towards the fourth. 61-46 the score as we head into the final frame of play. NATO's with the lead, trying to finish out the season strong, the regular season, as we head towards the USA South Tournament. Back here momentarily with Weston Coop. Back for the fourth. NATO's leading at 61-46, trying to close this one out with a 15-point lead. Christina Roan will start with the basketball. Now it's Petty Wilkins over to Hauser. Petty Wilkins, another three ball. This one just misses, but an offensive rebound. Hauser, she goes up, gets the finish, and one. Everybody getting in on the fun here on senior day. Some familiar faces and some not so familiar for the Tornadoes, but everybody eating. Engel doesn't look happy, and now even Alexis Marshall is having a little bit of talk here. Corpening actually gives a smile. Not sure if it's genuine or not, but Engel will head over to the bench. Probably a lonely place for her to be right now. And free throw no good by Hauser, but an offensive rebound from Roan. Passes knocked off of a body, but it goes over to a Tornado. Petty Wilkins lets it fly from deep. Off the mark, offensive rebound, Shania Hauser. Boyce cutting. Nalia can't get the finish. Rebound Bass. Nalia might have rushed that one a little bit. Now Bass. Over to Deion Sampson. NATOs have done a really good job of containing her. Sampson only 8 points. Granted, efficient scoring, 4 for 6, but not getting a lot of open looks. Turning around is Lee, shooting over Boyce, in and out, rebound Shania Hauser. How about Shania Hauser doing some glass cleaning? We want to talk about the extermination services. How about the glass cleaning service from Shania Hauser since entering there in the third?
I got to say, her shop has definitely opened up. I heard it's 24 hours a day.
There's Jada Petty Wilkins with 2 more. Petty Wilkins with 15, closing in on that career high. If she can get 4 more points, a new career mark for Jada Petty Wilkins. 8:46 to go. Bass over to Sampson inside. She is going to be fouled. Looked like she might have got away with a travel, but the referees deemed that she was wrapped up in contact there. And Engel quickly re-entering here. Still no Lexi Shepard. Look at Lexi urging Coach Hudson to put her back in the game. You see her down there. Coach Hudson giving a little smile. He sees it. He knows it. That's awesome. Sampson into Gorham, who gives up top. Engel. Inside. Engel goes up. Cannot get the finish. That one might have got altered in the air as that one's thrown off the legs of Alexis Marshall. It'll stay with Salem. Heads up play there from Deion Sampson, but Engel tried to go up with the lay there, and I believe somebody got a hand on it. Corpening over to Engel, left side. Tornadoes are fine if Engel wants to play hero ball, but instead she gives it to Childs, who nearly has it taken out of her hands, and a shot clock violation. Good defensive alteration there by the Tornadoes. Kind of swarmed Childs, and when you got 4 bodies around you, it's not easy to be aware of the shot clock.
And if things stay as is, if the NATOs continue to ride this, this good offensive second half and good energy on the bench, this is exactly what you want going into next week of the tournament. I mean, it's exactly what you want.
Complimentary basketball. Tornadoes waiting to see who they will play, but they do know they'll have a first-round home game here at the Bosch against the 5 seed, whoever that may be. Petty Wilkins sets her feet and launches again. That one is through the net.
Puts it in.
Hey, Jada Petty Wilkins has now tied her career high, has 8 minutes to set a new one, and here she goes on the break. Jada Petty Wilkins, one-on-one, at angle, goes up, gets a foul. Petty Wilkins with a chance to set a new career high here at the free throw line. Well-deserved. We know how hard Jada Petty Wilkins has worked all season long and how her confidence has not gone astray. There was a point in the season where shooting the ball was not the MO for Jada Petty Wilkins, where she wasn't getting the same minutes that she has here down the stretch of the season. And to be honest, from conversations with her, I think that it was a hard time. It was a hard time for her. She's bounced back from that, and now down the stretch without Olivia Miller and McKenna Parkins, the Tornadoes have relied on Petty Wilkins' offense heavily. Petty Wilkins knocks down the first free throw, and that's a new career high. Coop, 19 points for Jada Petty Wilkins.
How about it? Let's go for 20. Why not?
Roll the basketball. And Jada's going to stay at 19 for now, but that one's going off the hands of Gorham, and it'll stay with the NATOs.
Jada, I'm sorry. I just announced her jinxed you. If you come back and watch it, just know that I'm sorry.
Hey, listen, she's got nearly 8 minutes to get to that 20-point mark. And we've got some trash talking coming here from the NATO faithful. Boyce gets the inbound to the free throw line. Now Marshall. Turning around, gives to Roan. Christina from deep. That one's money. NATO's starting to pull away here.
Bit of a rainstorm in the Bosch right now.
Absolutely. 26-point lead. Firing is Bass. That one's short. Rebound to Leah Boyce. And here comes Petty Wilkins. Jada, deep pass, has Roan. Christina, transition pass. Hauser goes up, can't get the finish, but does have 2 free throws coming her way. 26-point Tornado lead, and the second half has been all Brevard. I think Coach Hudson had to have preached to them in the locker room the importance of getting that momentum to ride into the conference tournament.
Now, Pete, I got a question for you here. Can you kind of see that Hauser's been waiting for this moment for a while now? Kind of been waiting on the time to prove herself?
Absolutely. And not to draw back a, quote, embarrassing story for Shania, earlier in the season, late in a ball game, Shania was put in kind of solely for rebounding purposes. It was on a free throw late, and she knocks down the second free throw. And I remember stating on the broadcast, Shania was in for one thing and Shania was in for one thing and one thing only, to rebound the basketball. Unfortunately, the ball took a bad bounce. She wasn't able to get the rebound, and I'm pretty sure it ended up being crucial. And I don't say any of that in any sort of degrading or insulting way. I say that to say she has waited her turn. Shania Hauser, as we said, did not get the action that maybe she wanted this season, but here on senior day, proving herself and her worth as we look. 5 rebounds for her in 7 minutes. And clearly she worked on that rebounding, on that boxing out, and trying to prove herself as a valuable asset that can be put on the floor come tournament time.
You just love to see stuff like that, man. You always have the inside scoop, Peasy. I appreciate you doing your due diligence, man.
Absolutely. You got to. 5 rebounds for her, 3 of them on the offensive glass, 6 points to boot. And perfect from the field, 2 for 2. So have a game, Shania Hauser. Have a game, Cassie Plemons as well. 3 for 4 from the field with 6 points. Also a steal. A couple of rebounds as well. So some contributors today that we have not seen a whole lot of. Not a big sample size for some of these players we've seen get action. 73-46, 27-point lead for the NATOs. Jada Petty Wilkins has set a new career high in points with 19 as Lee gets it inside, spins around and gets stuffed, but a foul. We'll see if they call that one on Boyce or Hauser.
I think we're going to go on Hauser here up top. Uh-oh.
Leah Boyce will head over towards trainer Andrew Westrick.
Holding that left hand.
And hopefully she's all good. The Tornadoes cannot stomach another injury, especially to a starter. But she looks to be fine. No facial expressions or anguish here as Lee knocks down free throw number 1.
I think we might have a jam finger maybe, kind of see trainer Andrew trying to just pop that finger.
You see Jordan Gresham about to hop back in, assuming she'll take that place of Nalia Boyce. And don't be surprised if Coach Hudson brings in everybody else here in a minute with the NATOs holding such a large lead, 73-47. And we've still got some heavy trash talk coming here from the student section. Student section missing a lot of its heavy hitters right now with the football team at practice, but don't you worry. I've heard that Bill Kyatt has mandated the football team be here tonight.
As a member of the football team, I can second that statement. That 100% was said.
Gresham, right side, now Roan. Takes it into the lane, goes up, and is fouled. 2 more free throws coming for Christina Roan. And that's another thing you love to see here at Brevard is when the teams kind of support each other. I know when the soccer teams were in the postseason, I know that the Tornado football team, whenever we had a chance and weren't in practice or meetings, we were showing up to those playoff games. As Jada Petty-Wilkins going to set her feet again and knock one through. 22 points, first career 20-point game at Brevard for Jada Petty-Wilkins. Why not shoot for 25?
Why not go for 30?
Hey, it looks like she might not get the chance. We got some NATOs getting ready to come in here. Shania Hauser with another rebound. Alexis Marshall out in the open floor. Roan gets the 2. Tornadoes open up a can of something here. 78-47.
A can of 8 double snakes.
31-point lead with 6:19 to go. Couple of freshman Tornadoes getting ready to check in. It's Kayla Jean, Summer Johnson, and Kennedy Noble as the jumper there off the mark. But Lee with the offensive board and Shania Hauser with the rejection, but a foul.
Also coming in, we got Street over here.
Coach Hudson getting ready to empty that bench. You see Nalia Boyce walking back in here. And here we go. Johnson, Noble, and Jean. Kennedy Noble in the action that she's seen, averaging just under 5 points a game, does have a good amount, 7 steals in limited appearances so far. Kayla Jean averaging just over 2 a game. Knocked down a 3-pointer in her collegiate debut at the beginning of the year against Bob Jones. And then Summer Johnson has appeared in 7 games, averaging just under 3 a game. So kind of the future of the NATOs coming in here, and we'll see what they have to work with over the final 6:09. A good opportunity here for the Tornadoes.
And I think this is very important. You know, I really like how Coach Hudd has put in his younger group here so that he can, you know, develop them. Because come tourney time, you never know foul trouble or what you might need. You know, and somebody could come here today, prove a spark, and they could be playing next week. Just depending on this today.
Free throw in and out for Lee, and it'll stay a 30-point ball game. Street hands to Roan. Kayla Jean driving in the lane. Nice feet and a basket. How about that right on cue? Kayla Jean dropping in 2 more. Everybody sharing the wealth here for the Tornadoes. Right side, spinning around and having the ball stolen there is Corpening. Street, Johnson, back to Street. Had an open look, but gives it back to Michaela Street. Roan, she won't be shy with that one, but it's too strong on the 3. Bass tries to find Gorham on a bounce pass in transition. Nowhere to go there with it. It sails out of bounds. Tornadoes have it back up 32. How about the second half here for the NATOs? Noble over to Street. Pressured and getting it over to Summer Johnson. Coop, I heard you in anguish over there. You thought she was going to get caught in the trap, but she does not. Johnson bounce to Noble, spinning around, fires one up off the glass, nearly gets the finish. Tipping it out is Kayla Jean. Roan has it. She goes up off the glass, can't find it. Rebound there from Smallwood, and Street comes in and puts a lick on her. Street, good to see she's still playing hard. See, how about the Tornadoes outscoring Salem 43-21 here in the second half. They've taken off, especially in that latter part of the third. Bass up top, moves to her left. It's Sampson. Sampson inside, gets the finish on the floater. Nice touch there by Deion Sampson. Too little too late, it seems, with 4:42 to go. Street in trouble again, but she's fouled. Michaela Street kind of getting caught here a couple of times with these defensive adjustments from Salem. And I do believe it is bonus time, so Street will have 2 free throws coming her way. .30 lead as it stands for the NATOs, just about halfway through the 4th. Street can't hit the first free throw. And for Michaela Street, 2 points. Only put the ball up once. Misses both free throws, but an offensive rebound, Christina Roan. Johnson at the free throw line, stepping back. Good dribble work there by Summer Johnson. Now Noble has it. Johnson, a deep ball. Summer Johnson, too strong. Rebound knocked up in the air, fighting for it, and getting it is Christina Roan. Back to Johnson, has another open look. She'll step up into a 2. That one too strong. Rebound, Michaela Street. She goes up, can't get it. Fighting for the board, and now a foul. That will mean bonus time for Salem. Free throws coming on the other end of the floor. Gresham will come in as well. Christina Roan will hop out, likely for the last time this regular season. So Christina, for her, she will finish the regular season at 139 total points. 30 for 87 from deep, a 35% clip from three-point land. You'll take that. Six points a game on the year. Now Jean. Inbounds to Street. Now Street racing up the sideline and a foul. This one against Corpening. Two free throws coming here for Michaela Street. And Street, once again, missing there. And she's missed 3 free throws in a row. Uncharacteristic of Street. Get it out of your system before the tournament, though. There you go. Knocks in the second there and ends the drought. Now Isabella Childs comes back in for Salem, and then Plemons, Pouncey, and Marshall all back in for Brevard. So not a long-lived appearance for Johnson and Noble, but it looks like Noble will get ready to come right back in here in just a moment. Coach Hudson sets her by the scorer's table, and now same with Summer Johnson. Coach Hudson taking a page out of Cherie Boyd's book. Childs going up and a foul.
And I'm not sure here. Do you think we're putting in the seniors here to kind of get a standing ovation here? Do you think that's kind of what the purpose of that sub
Possibly.
was?
Give them that one final hoorah here in the regular season. Not sure if we see Cassie Plemons or not.
I think we're going to go 1 for 1 here.
Yeah, not sure if we see Cassie or not in the USA South tournament. But if nothing else, she has put up a pretty good audition here today on Senior Day. As Childs hits the first free throw. Tornadoes are going to walk out of here with a victory, which means that they will finish the year at 16-8 overall. 11-7 in conference play, and they'll be locked into that number 4 seed where they'll take on either Greensboro or William Peace, whoever finishes with that number 5 seed. Plemons, everybody wants her to shoot it there from beyond the arc. Instead, she gives off to Pouncey. Now Kayla Jean charging into the lane. Oh, goodness. Athleticism there, but the finish is not. And now a foul. A push on the rebound against the Tornadoes. How about Kayla Jean, though? She's showing off something to look forward to in the future. Some really good footwork and speed heading downhill.
Yeah, she's done that Euro step about 2 or 3 times now, and all 3 times she's had her way down low.
Plemons and Marshall will have a seat, likely for the last time here this regular season.
How many more games do we have guaranteed here in the Bosch, Beasy?
Well, we will have a home playoff game in the first round, and from that point forward, really no clue. USA South pretty unpredictable, as the free throw is good there from number 3, Natasha Guo, who we have not seen in this one. Second free throw clangs off the back iron, and the rebound hauled in by Michaela Street. And for the men's, it depends on how tonight goes. The men's could finish as the 2 seed in the conference, and with a loss, they could drop as low as 5th.
Wow.
So all hanging in the balance as Summer Johnson loses the basketball there and turns it over. Guo over to the left side. Bass, she'll take a 3, and that one's no good. Rebound hauled in by Sampson, a long rebound. A jump ball on the possession arrow stays with Salem. It feels like this final stretch, this feels like how it always goes in a blowout game, but this final stretch seems like it's taken a long time to complete.
I was just about to say that. How long is this fourth quarter?
3:20 remaining. As a quick deep 2 there from Lee is way off the mark. She shot that one as hard as she could, and it went straight off the glass. Street over to Jean. Now Noble. Summer Johnson. Johnson gives to Gresham. Now cuts into the corner. Summer a jab step. Now back to Gresham. Street has it. Downhill attacking. Goes up. A foul. And one, I believe. Or will they call the shot off? I'm not sure they'll let the continuation stand there. And it will be Street heading to the free throw line for 2, I do believe. And we will take a break here really quickly. 2:54 remaining. NATO's leading it by 27. Back here for the finishing touches in just a moment. Back here for the final 2 minutes and 54 seconds of this one. And I think the story today, aside from getting a victory to end the losing streak and ride momentum into the tournament, is Jada Petty-Wilkins setting a new career high with 22 points. How about her, Coop?
And, it's big. And, last week, Jada Petty-Wilkins, the game that I came on for, it was a great performance from her. What she have then? About 17, I want to say?
Something around there. Had
5 threes, I know for sure.
4 or 5 threes, yes. First free throw knocked down, by the way, from Michaela Street. But, yes, Jada Petty-Wilkins coming on strong here towards the second half of the season as both free throws good there for Michaela Street. A welcome sight for her after missing a couple early on in the fourth. Sampson over to Hopkins, and now a foul away from the ball on the Tornadoes. And at this point, I understand integrity of the game, calling the game right, such and such, but with a, 29-point lead, I'm not sure we need to be as diplomatic with these calls. First free throw here from Lee, bounces off the front of the rim. Empty-handed for her on free throw number 1. She'll try and salvage the pair here. And she won't hit either. Rebound pulled in by Michaela Street. Tornado crowd with no mercy. Still giving it to them. Street to her left. It's Jean. Noble, right to left, inside, a floater, gets the finish. Between a sea of defenders there. A nice move, nice touch there from Kennedy Noble, the freshman. Sampson. Pass cross court to Hopkins. Now back to Sampson. 2:12 to go. Right side, Smallwood. Fits it into Gorham. Gorham goes right at Gresham on the baseline and a foul. There'll be a block there against Jordan Gresham. I think she's sitting there like, really?
I'll have to agree with you. Her facial expressions definitely said there's 2 minutes left.
2:07, but referees maybe getting paid by the minute, so they might extend this one as much as possible from the way it seems right now. 30-point lead. It will stay at 30 after the missed free throw from Gorham. 85-55, 2 minutes to go. Street charging inside and getting a strong finish. Michaela Street coming on here late in the ball game. Gorham guarded by Street now, trying to back her down. She goes up, can't finish. Rebound, Kayla Jean. Jean gonna split defenders, now go to the left side. Deep two for Noble is no good. And the ball's on the ground, but Hopkins is able to retain it. Sampson now with 1:33 to go. Bringing it up, working on Jean. Nice move there. Stutters right by her and floats it in. That was smooth. Sampson has done a really nice job for Salem despite the 30-point deficit. And that one a foul there against Michaela Street, or on Michaela Street rather. 22 points for Jada Petty-Wilkins, 16 for Hester. Look at Michaela Street. She's got 7 with a chance to add 2 more here at the stripe. Knocks down the first. And so Salem will finish off their season at 8-17. They will miss the USA South tournament. Says both free throws buried from Street, so she's removed herself from that hiccup there earlier in the quarter where she couldn't find the free throws. That rebound is pulled in by Summer Johnson. Athletic there by Johnson as she races down the side. Now changes direction and gives off to Street with less than a minute to go. Tornadoes leading it by 32. Jean over to Street. Bounces into the corner. Gresham back to Street. They'll hold on to it. NATO crowd wants them to keep pushing the issue. They will. Street to the rack with little resistance. Now whistle blowing, and you got some sort of clock issue possibly. And it's a 34-point lead. 34-point lead for the Tornadoes. Salem offering very, very little resistance in general in half number 2. And that one's intercepted. Kennedy Noble on the break. Sampson behind her. She gets the finish. Kennedy Noble chipping in a couple of baskets here towards the latter end. 36-point lead. Less than 30 seconds to go. Sampson fires one up and gets it to fall. Floater there from Deion Sampson. And for Sampson, 14 points for her, leading scorer for Salem. Street with Hopkins on her, dancing around a little bit. Maybe just playing around. Street just is working on the dribbling a little bit. 6 seconds left. 5, and that's going to be it. The Tornadoes, as the horn sounds, get a 93-59, 34-point resounding victory. And after a bit of a back-and-forth first half, Tornadoes came out and took care of business in half number 2 and set the tone exactly how you want to heading into tournament time.
I agree with you there. Everything that needed to happen today for this NATO's team happened. You know, they come out, they had good energy, shots didn't fall in the first half. They responded well in the second half by keep doing what they were doing. Nobody let their heads hang or whatever. Nobody was worried about last week or anything like that. They come out here, showed poise, and took care of business.
Absolutely. And the Tornadoes absolutely shot the lights out here in half number 2, shooting 57% from the field in the second half. And as a result, they outscored Salem quite significantly. To put it lightly, 56-32, the margin in the second half. Tornadoes absolutely took off, and they got a career high from Jada Petty-Wilkins with 22. Jada, her first 20-point game as a Tornado, as a matter of fact. Taking a look at some of the team stats. So all in all, Tornadoes at the half were just below 40%. They end up finishing just below 50% from the field. Salem at exactly 40%. NATO's 39%, 9 for 23 from deep for Salem, only 1 for 11, a 9% clip. Free throws pretty even. Brevard shot 24, knocked down 16. Salem shot 25 and hit 18. And you look at the rebounding battle, Tornadoes absolutely crushed it. They ripped Salem 46-24 in the boards department. And then when you look at the assists, a lot more efficient passing the basketball. 17 assists for the NATOs, 9 for Salem. And then the turnovers, nearly double. 22 for the Spirits, 13 for the Tornadoes. Coop, is that what without looking at the stats, is that what you would have said the story of this game was the turnover, the passing, and the paint battle?
I think that's definitely something one would be able to notice. It started early on with setting dominance in the paint, and then both teams did a really good job, I think, of being super aggressive and causing chaos. But I think the NATOs obviously caused a little bit more than Salem bargained for. But I do want to add this. I've been on here 2 times. This is my 2nd time, and both times we've had career high days. So maybe I should start going on here. Maybe I'm a good luck charm.
You'll be on here for the first round. USA South tournament for the women's. Believe that gets going Tuesday night. I want to say Tuesday night. Opponents still yet to be determined. But how about this, Coop? 58 bench points for the Tornadoes, 22 for Salem, which isn't even it's not a terrible night from your bench, 22. But 58 bench points is absolutely unheard of. And I know a lot of it might be kind of diluted because of the changes Coach Hudson was making, trying to get different looks for folks at the end. But still, nearly 60 bench points, that's going to win you a lot of ball games when you're playing with that type of depth. And then the points off turnovers, 29 for the Tornadoes, 11 second chance points. And then you look at the offensive rebounds, 18 offensive boards for the Tornadoes, only allowed 6. So, like I said, the key to this win seemed like the interior play for the longest. The points in the paint and the rebounding for the NATOs got things done, along with efficient passing and good three-point shooting. It didn't seem like, at least in the second half, there was really a weakness for the Tornadoes.
And last week when we talked to Coach Hud, he spoke on turnovers and rebounding. He stressed that if his team did that, they would win. We look at that here today. We come back to those same 2 things. They dominated. Sure enough, what did they do?
They won. W. So Tornadoes finishing the year at 16-8. Very good winning percentage. They're locked into that 4 seed in the USA South, and they finish off the regular season on a high note, getting the victory here by a long shot, 93-59 over Salem. And we will know pretty soon who our opponent is in the USA South tournament. And as for the men's, getting ready to take on William Peace, a lot more at stake than there was for the women's Tornadoes today. Tornadoes with a victory can sit in second and get a first-round bye. With a loss, they could drop all the way to the 5 seed and be heading on the road to start this tournament. So this senior day ball game against the William Peace Pacers of the utmost importance for the Tornadoes. And for the men's team, I know you haven't been on the call for one of their games yet. What are you expecting to see from Lee Burgess and his Tornadoes?
Well, from Coach Burgess, I'm expecting him to have his team ready to go. I know Coach Burgess. I've talked to him a couple of times. He's that type of guy who's business only, He's ready to come here and take care of it. I enjoy watching his group of men play. I think they play with great energy, good poise, and they're also electric, They're fun to watch. I'm looking for Charlie Hester to get his today. I'm looking for Quincy to obviously get his. I'm looking for the young cat, Jaden Carnes, do his damage as usual. I'm just looking for an all-around effort here from this squad today.
Absolutely. NATOs looking to lock up that 2 seed, but everything's still up in the air. The NATOs control their own destiny right now. Mary Baldwin did lock up that top seed in the conference, but the NATOs can still be that number 2 team to get a bye. But the only team standing in their way right now is the William Peace Pacers, who might be fighting for their postseason lives as a whole. NATO women getting the victory 93-59. NATO men coming up here in just a moment, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a message from Brevard College coming your way, and then a little bit of pregame action, and then senior day ceremony. Time for basketball after that. NATO women with a victory. Now waiting on the NATO men to get one. Looking for a doubleheader sweep here on senior day from the Bosch. Don't go anywhere, folks. Brady Penn and Weston Coop live on the call. Tornado basketball.
It's important to study English because language has power. And being able to understand the history of language and how it's been used over time and in our current era helps us be able to take control of that power and use it now and in the future.
I've learned to express myself with the written word more clearly. I've been given the tools with different structural techniques and all the good stuff that have made me a stronger writer, a stronger communicator.
You're going to learn not just the content of your major, whether it's English or history or whatever. You're going to learn how to learn. You're going to learn how to apply that learning and adapt as conditions change.
Writing is inherently experiential because students have to take so many important skills like critical thinking, communication, analysis, and translate those thoughts into a piece of oral or written communication, and then learn by doing how to be more effective communicators.
The English program at Brevard College prepares you for success in whatever field you choose to major in, whether it's theater, whether it's in the sciences or math, whether it's in business. The ability to communicate is important in no matter where you go, and one of the skills we teach is how to communicate clearly with your audience, whoever that may be.
The community here at Brevard, whether it be faculty, students, staff, are all people who learn and grow together. We learn from each other. There's no place where I don't feel welcome on campus, and that's the best part of that liberal arts education, is you're stepping into different learning styles and different content than you do at any old college where you don't get to grow the brain. It's a culture that encourages self-expression. You're allowed to be you here.
History is everything. It's every discipline. It's music, it's art, it's economics, it's politics. And so students who study history end up with the ability to look critically at every discipline. This is a skill you can use in any field.
I chose Brevard mostly because of the experiential education, and their history program really sold me over. The variety of history classes that they offer. You have classes like History of Stuff, where you learn the commodification of history and how that's affected how we are today. That class really forces you to examine yourself and how you consume goods and how you're living in the world and how is that affecting the world around you.
In a world where the job market is changing rapidly, having a degree in history equips you with the skills needed to have flexibility and a little bit more freedom on the job market, where you can actively pursue different career opportunities. The number one factor I think that separates us from other liberal arts institutions is we have very small class sizes. My current 400 level seminar, which is just history majors, has 4 students. So we work intimately, closely every week doing essentially graduate school style workshops. And that's really important when you're out on the job market and you need your former professor to write you a strong letter of recommendation. Because we actually know our students deeply, we can craft the kind of letter that's going to help students get that job.
No matter where you're coming from, no matter who you are, you're here to grow as a person and they want to help you as much as they can. I'm so glad to be here. I've never regretted it for one moment.
men's basketball Senior Day presentation. Today we'll be honoring 4 Brevard College men's basketball seniors. First, number 3, Charles Reed, a senior guard from Concord, North Carolina. Charles is being escorted by his parents, Charles and Claire Reed, his sister, Cynthia Reed, and his brother, Caden Reed. Charles will graduate from Brevard College in the spring with a bachelor's degree in business and organizational leadership. Following graduation, Charles plans to further his education while continuing to play basketball. Charles has played in 77 total games with 25 starts for BC in his 4 seasons, racking up 311 points, 269 rebounds, 119 assists, and 82 steals. Charles' favorite memory was Brevard's double overtime win over Berea his sophomore year and BC's first-round playoff win at Pfeiffer last season. Ladies and gentlemen, number 3, Charles Reed. Next, number 5, LB Boyette, a senior guard from Charlotte, North Carolina. LB is being escorted by his mother, Katrina Boyette. LB will graduate from Brevard in the spring with a bachelor's degree in exercise science. Following graduation, LB plans to further his education while continuing his basketball career. LB has played in 65 total games with 43 starts in his 4 seasons at Brevard, averaging double-digit scoring totals in his sophomore and junior seasons. LB has accumulated 701 points with 250 rebounds and 119 assists. LB's favorite BC memory was scoring 31 points versus Berea in a double overtime win his sophomore season. Ladies and gentlemen, number 5, LB Boyette. Next, number 10, Carson Evans, a senior guard from Charlotte, North Carolina. Carson is being escorted by his parents, Karen and Cindy Evans, and his brother, Cameron Evans. Carson will graduate from Brevard in the spring with a bachelor's degree in physical education and recreation. Following graduation, Carson plans to pursue a career in sport broadcasting and communications, specifically as a broadcaster and analyst. Carson has totaled 80 games played and 58 starts in his 4 seasons at Brevard, totaling 564 points, 87 three-pointers made, and 129 assists. Off the court, Carson is a member of the Black Student Union and has served as a color commentator on several BC women basketballs broadcasts alongside BC student broadcaster Brady Penn. Carson's favorite BC memory is BC's first-round playoff win at Pfeiffer last season. Ladies and gentlemen, number 10, Carson Evans. Next, number 30, Sly White, senior forward from Raleigh, North Carolina. Sly is being escorted by his mother, April Richardson. Sly will graduate in the spring with a bachelor's degree in exercise science and a minor in business. Following graduation, Sly plans to become a physical therapist and attend PT school. Sly has appeared in 63 total games for the Tornadoes, racking up 273 points and 108 rebounds. Sly earned USA South Player of the Week honors last season after career performance at Johnson & Wells in Charlotte. Off the court, Sly is heavily involved, serving as the Vice President of the SAAC and RA in the Villages, is the Intramurals Coordinator, and is a member of the Black Student Union, and a member of Campus Activities Board. Academically, Sly made the honor roll 4 times. Sly's favorite BC memory was playing in front of his family at William Peace in Raleigh. Fans, let's give it up for number 30, Sly White. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for all of our 2023-24 BC basketball men's senior class.
just about ready to get things going here. We have the Senior Day festivities and all just about set to go between the Tornadoes and the Pacers. Just a moment, we'll send it down to the PA for the announcement of the starting lineups and the playing of the national anthem. Then it'll be time to go. Really, really big postseason implications here on the line. The Tornadoes right now sit tied for the number 2 spot with Greensboro and North Carolina Wesleyan, both of those teams in action or about to get going. Tornadoes could finish the day as the number 2 seed with a first-round bye, but they could also finish as low as the number 5 seed heading on the road for the USA South Tournament. We've got 2 halves of basketball to figure it out here as we conclude the regular season. Tornado women already getting a victory here earlier in this building. Tornado men going to try and do the same. Tornadoes and Pacers, Brady Penn and Weston Coop on the call. We will rejoin you here from the Bosch after the announcement of the starting lineups. Back here in just a few. Tornado basketball, last one of the regular season.
It's time to meet today's starting lineups. First, the visiting Pacers of William Peace University. At guard, 6'4" from Jacksonville, North Carolina, number 2, Sean Jones. At guard, 6'3" junior from Charlotte, North Carolina, number 3, Michael Dooley. At guard, 5'11" senior from Jacksonville, North Carolina, number 20, Malachi Borders. At forward, 6'4" senior from Garner, North Carolina, number 22, Cody Bedford. And at forward, 6'5" senior from Garner, North Carolina, number 22, Bo Bryant. Pacers are head coach by Mike Shield and assisted by Zach Hinton. And now the starting lineup for your Brevard College Tornadoes. At guard, a 5'11" senior from Concord, North Carolina, number 3, Charles Reed. At guard, a 6'1" senior from Decatur, Georgia, number 4, Quincy Carter. And guard, 6'4" senior from Charlotte, North Carolina, number 5, L.B. Boyette. And guard, 5'10" senior from Charlotte, North Carolina, number 10, Carson Hammond. And then forward, 6'2" senior from Raleigh, North Carolina, number 30, Sly White. Your Tornadoes are coached by Mr. Lee Burgess and assisted by Mr. Miles Weathers.
What? He said that? All right, you ready? All right, Tornado basketball, there you have it. Starting lineups for the 2 squads, and now all that's left to do is battle. 2 20-minute halves will determine where the Tornadoes begin this USA South tournament. Entering the day in a 3-way tie with Greensboro and North Carolina Wesleyan for that number 2 seed. Not 100% on how the tiebreakers are working, so not even going to attempt to get into it. But both teams in action or about to begin action on other parts of the conference. Greensboro taking on Pfeiffer. And Pfeiffer with an early lead on Greensboro. And then North Carolina Wesleyan about to tip things off against the number 1 team in the conference. And that is Mary Baldwin.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time
the Fighting Squirrels.
Basketball.
Jump ball here is taken away by Sean Jones. And it'll be Malachi Borders to start things off for the Pacers. Bo Bryant, one of the better players in the conference, gives off to Pettiford, who's going to work on Quincy Carter. Pettiford trying to get space. He cannot. It's Doolin. Doolin has it nearly knocked away, but gets it over to Borders. Borders guarded by L.B. Boyette. A lot of seniors and experience in the lineup right now. Right side, Bryant trying to muscle his way past Evans. Find a cutting Sean Jones. And there's the first 2 points of the ball game for William Peace. And Coop, don't be surprised if this is a back and forth affair. The final score says that the Tornadoes blew out William Peace the first time around in Raleigh, which they did. But it was a 1-point game at the half that saw the Tornadoes explode in the back half. Boyette backing down on Borders, turns around, wants a pass, turns around again, cannot get his finish, gets his own rebound though. It's knocked out of his hands, pass over to Evans. Up top, Carson Evans, high energy already from both sides. Boyette coming across, has a screen from White and an offensive foul. They're going to say Sly was moving the feet a little bit. An empty possession the first go-round for the Tornadoes. And the football team hasn't even gotten out of practice yet, so expect this gym to be packed once we get to the second half. It already is.
Typical Coach Kayat fashion.
Doolin. Over to Jones. Now a three-pointer from Doolin is off the mark. Chasing down the rebound is Carson Evans. Quincy Carter pushing it. Laser over to Sly White. Sly will back down on Bryant. He turns around. He cannot get the finish. Sly maybe a little bit overzealous there. And now here comes Pettiford. Third possession for the Pacers, leading it 2-0. Borders over to Pettiford. Now to his right, it's Jones. Borders once again. He wants Bryant to come near him. He does. Bryant, awkward little pass there to Borders. Now floating into Bryant, who goes up and gets the finish. Quincy Carter was beat to the spot there. Tornadoes trailing at 4-0 early on here. And certainly not where you want to be. You don't want to get into an early hole in this magnitude of a game, but the Tornadoes, it is similar to how they started off the ball game last time that William Peace visited. I remember they got in a big hole, and then Quincy Carter kind of pulled them out of it, and late in the ball game, the Tornadoes fell just short. But I do believe this William Peace team may be weaker than the one last season, but with just as much talent. White dribbling to his left, a handoff to Quincy Carter. Quincy, turn in the corner. He goes up, he's rejected. Pettiford sends that one off the glass. A stuff there from Pettiford, making his presence felt early. Right side, Bryant gets the corner, finds Pettiford. He goes up off the glass, and right now everything clicking for William Peace in the first couple of minutes. NATO's still looking for their first basket early on here. Evans around a screen from White, splits defenders, goes up, floats it, can't get the finish. Rebound, Bo Bryant. Evans is on the ground and in pain in the backside. NATO's are outnumbered by one, but missing the dunk there is Sean Jones. Doolin gets the offensive rebound. Borders looking around, and finally time is called as Carson Evans continues to lay on the far side of the floor.
I was about to say, how long are we going to wait to I'm not trying to harp on anybody here, but how long are we going to wait to kind of blow the whistle to make sure that Carson is okay?
I'm honestly not sure that the officials saw it.
Well, he was – all right, true.
I think that they got focused on what was happening here on the near side and totally missed Carson Evans laying on the baseline down there as they check on him.
I think we got an ankle here, PZ. I think when he split the defenders, I think he might have landed on somebody's foot maybe.
Don't ever want to really speculate, but hopefully whatever it is, it's not serious for Carson, and he is able to return to this game. Obviously, Carson, a senior that's been here for 4 years, here on senior day, wants the opportunity to fight for that number 2 seed. You see him walking off with the assistance of his brother and head athletic trainer Nicole Harshbarger. Carson will work his way over to the bench, gets a nice little tap from Malachi Borders. Good sportsmanship there. And it'll be KK Horton that comes in. We'll see KK at times this season. Obviously, this isn't the circumstance you want him coming in, but KK has been a spark plug when he has come off the bench this season. Bryant guarded by White. A switch, and now White on Doolin, who's going to try and beat him to the rack, and will. Doolin doing his thing early on here. As Charles Reed gives over to Boyette. Tornadoes in a quick 8-0 hole. Horton fires overhead to White. White, a dribble now, hands to Horton. KK at the free throw line, stepping back, loses his dribble. He's pressured, and that pass is going to be thrown away towards the scorer's table. And right now, nothing going for the Tornadoes offense early on, and they're going to have to get it going quickly.
And William Peace has just come out firing here, Peasy. I mean, my goodness, they've just come out with all this energy in these layups.
It'll be Borders to inbound here. Borders has it, guarded by KK Horton. He hands to Bryant. William Peace having no problem offensively. That one's taken away, but Jones able to recover it. Now trying to get an edge on Charles Reed. Instead, he defers over to Bryant. 3.5 minutes in here, 8-0 William Peace lead. Doolin, guarded by Horton, pass out to Borders. Corner, in front of the NATO bench. Borders, a couple of head fakes, now goes inside, gets a pump fake on Reed, goes up, cannot finish, rebound Charles Reed. Charles, pass over to Quincy, 3-on-3 break, bounce pass, Horton, and the NATOs have their first basket. Exactly what the doctor ordered there, a defensive stop and then a basket. Gonna need to string a few of those together as William Peace jumped out to an early lead. Bryant spinning around on Reed, not able to get space though. Borders, a head fake, now Pettiford. Quincy Carter on him. Quincy possibly the best on-ball defender mixed with the size. Hopefully he's up for the challenge, but there is a cutting Doolin who gets by LB Boyette to the rack and gets that 2 right back. 10-2 start for William Peace. Remember though, again, this was a close game the first time and the NATOs ended up winning it by 20 plus. Carter over to Sly White. A bounce, now a hand to Quincy. Quincy stepping back, straightaway 3. Carter is short. Rebound Pettiford. Tornado offense just not really moving fluidly right now, it feels like. It kind of feels like a lot of pressure and forced looks right now, mixed with a couple of lacks of finishes at the cup. Bryant, right elbow has it. Guarded by Charles Reed. A little bit of a size disadvantage here for Charles, but he swarms and forces a pass over to Borders. Borders working on White. 7 on the shot clock. Bryant from the right corner drills it. Not at all what you want to see if you're the Tornadoes. Down 11 here in the first 5 minutes. Horton. Boyette. Now Carter. Quincy. Over to Horton. KK right to left. Inside through contact. A floater. Nice finish there. KK Horton has been the only source of offense early on here for the NATOs since coming off the bench in replacing Carson Evans, who you see getting that ankle taped up. I think you were right on the money there, Coop. Pettiford. Top of the key, Bryant. Boyette harassing. Hands to Borders. Borders around the screen, has Boyette switched onto him. Has a little bit of space, now goes to his left, Pettiford. Pettiford gonna attack White. Goes up, and a wild shot there. Doesn't get any piece of the rim. KK Horton has it off and running. Bounce past White. Sly goes up through contact and gets the finish.
And Kayvon Horton is just exactly what you're looking for in the point guard position. He just runs the show, does his. He's not greedy. He's all about getting his guys a buckets. Exactly what you want.
Exactly. KK, a team player, can get the baskets when he needs, but also looks to find guys before anything else. Doolin over to Bryant. Up top, now Pettiford. Bryant once more. He has Boyette on him. Bryant, backdoor pass. Jones turning around, gets the finish. Jones using his length there. It was a quick turnaround, and I don't even think he was looking at the rim when he floated that one up.
That's about 2 or 3 passes there from Bryant that have just been on the money. My goodness.
Bryant is one of the top passers, actually first in assists in the USA South as a big man. Quincy Carter not far behind at third. White. Hands off to Horton. Horton driving inside, goes up on Pettiford and a foul. Pettiford slams into the wall padding there and gives it a little punch. Not happy with the whistle, but when we get back, KK Horton will have 2 free throws, trying to make it a 7-point game early on here, just about 7 minutes in. William Peace leading it 15-6 early here from the Bosch. NATO's trying to get it turned around. Back here in just a moment. Back here out of the timeout, 2 free throws awaiting KK Horton. KK Horton, 4 points already for him. The other 2 belonging to Sly White, as KK can't hit the first free throw. It's been that kind of start for the NATOs. KK, a pretty reliable free throw shooter, going to try and split the pair here. Horton's second is pure. And it's an 8-point ball game here early on. About 7 minutes in here from the Bosch. NATO's fighting for positioning in the conference. Couple of new players in for William Peace, including number 5, Tyler Parton, and number 15, Ryan Lomanak. Bryant looking for Lomanak in the corner, working on Horton, gives a push on Horton, gets away with it. Pettiford, a straightaway three, he's fouled. So it's kind of interesting that the offensive foul wasn't called there with the push from Lomanak, but then kind of the ticky-tack foul on the straightaway three gets called. And an 8-point lead could be extended here early on with Timothy Pettiford heading to the line. Pettiford, 2 points. Hits the first free throw. Second free throw coming here for Pettiford. Hits that one as well. Tyrell in as well now. So Tyrell, Parton, and Lomanak, the first 3 subs for William Peace, as Charles Reed navigating the trap here, gets it over to KK Horton. Horton with Tyrell on him. Gets a screen from Carnes. He goes up. KK cannot finish, but ball's ripped out of the hands of Lomanak right to Pettiford. Charles Reed had the active hands there. Tornadoes just not capitalizing on these looks at the rim, not finishing early on. Pettiford going at Charlie Hester. Him and Carnes both into this game for the first time. Now Lomanak going to fire a three. He airballs. Charlie Hester able to recover it. I think Charlie might have thought that one was tipped. Wanted to save it just in case, keep it from staying with William Peace. Hester hands to Horton. Pass. Carnes. He turns around. He's swarmed. Finds Charles Reed all by himself. Charles Reed with 2 there. Lead back down to 9. Tornadoes trying to get some offensive consistency going here, stringed with a couple of stops. Get back into this one. Parton over to Lomanak. Now Tyrell. Not only Tyrell, Lomanak. Another straightaway 3. That one's buried. It just seems like 1 step forward, 2 steps back early on here for the NATOs. A little bit frustrating as Reed moves the offense around, now gives to Hester. Carnes, couple of dribbles, now he hands to Quincy Carter. Quincy coming around the corner through contact, cannot get the finish, no whistle, bodies are on the ground, now Bo Bryant bringing it up. Left side, Parton, pump fake, tries to get by Carnes and a foul. Coach Lee Burgess is not happy with the officiating, and quite frankly, neither am I. 11:20 to go here in the first half, 21-9, a 12-point lead and the ball for William Peace when we return here from the Bosch. Lee Burgess giving the referees an earful. Back here out of the break, Tornadoes trailing it by 12. William Peace with the basketball as well, trying to expand on this early double-digit lead. Something worth noting, the Tornadoes were 0-6 all-time before their last matchup with the Pacers, which they won about a month ago on the road. As a backdoor pass is taken away, Charlie Hester. Charlie over to KK. Horton, left side, back to Charlie. Charlie, head fake on the 3, goes inside and floats it up. No good. Rebound Borders. Good defensive recovery there from Sean Jones, and I think Charlie rushed it a little bit. Just a bit off to the left on that one. Jones, Borders, around the screen, now Parton. Gets right by Charles Reed, gets to the cup, now pass out Borders. He's wide open from the left wing, in and out. Rebound Charles Reed. Tornadoes lucky to not have paid for that one. Horton. Charles Reed moving to his right, hands to Carter. Quincy stepping back, loses it momentarily, guarded by Sean Jones. To his left, Horton. Bounce pass, left elbow Hester. Wide open, Charles Reed going to take a three. That one's way off the mark. An air ball that will head out of bounds. Charles not quite able to find that one, and now a couple new substitutions coming in for the NATOs. Carter and Reed will come out for Posner and Watson. NATO's trailing by 12, and Coach Lee Burgess trying to do anything he can to find a spark, as Bo Bryant has a seat as well. Pettiford, Lomanak, Borders, Parton, and Jones. The five right now for William Peace as that ball is knocked away, but right to Pettiford. Jones over to Parton. Parton fakes a shot, now passes to Pettiford. Lomanak loses the basketball, has it right on the baseline. It doesn't go out of bounds though. Parton, 6 on the shot clock. Lomanak, quick fire three is good.
And I think if you're the NATOs here, just take a deep breath. I know the score could be concerning from a point of view, but I think you just run your offense and try to work your way back into building some kind of rhythm here.
NATO's down 15 halfway through this first half as Horton goes over to Carnes. Back to KK. KK driving inside, nearly has it ripped away. Going to fire a free throw line jumper, too strong. Tornadoes cannot find anything on the offensive end right now. 24-9. William Peace with another opportunity. Parton, right wing, Posner on him. Lomanak has already hit a couple of threes, gets it over to Parton, who fires a three, can't hit it. William Peace lucky to get away with a moving screen there as well. Saw Pettiford with a contact there. KK Horton had the controls. Hester. Charlie moves KK out. Now goes to his left to KK. 12 on the shot clock. Carnes. Good defense by William Peace so far as a pass bounces out of bounds. It'll go William Peace's way. And what's really frustrating about this, William Peace, they're 3-7 on the road. They're not a good road team. It's a team that you blew out. And after coming out flat against North Carolina Wesleyan, you don't want to repeat that here against William Peace. But so far, the Tornadoes have done exactly that. Clearly not an effort problem. Everybody knows the Tornadoes are trying as hard as they can, but sometimes you can press too hard in a game like this, and I think that might be what's happened. Lomanak, another quick fire three. He's hit, and he drills it. An and 1-3, and this could not be a worse start for the Tornadoes. Down 18. 11 minutes in, and a chance to be 19 here with Lomanak heading to the stripe. Just not what you want to see, especially with Lomanak. He keeps getting these open looks from three. He's the second best three-point shooter in the conference. 44% clip for him, and the NATOs are just letting him fire. He's making him pay. Gets drilled there, gets the 4-point play. 10 points already for Lomanak off the bench. Horton over to Hester. NATOs need a basket in a big way. Hester goes at Lomanak, now turns around. Hester crossing over, loses the ball, has it in the corner. Posner thinks about it, Jones on him, still 10 on the shot clock. Carnes hands to Horton. KK trying to find Carnes, he does. And a sigh of relief breathed there by head coach Lee Burgess. NATO's finally able to get the lid off the basket on a nice feed from KK Horton. Pettiford. Doolin. Inside on Hester. He loses the basketball. It's going to be going the other way. Tornadoes need to string a couple of these together. Bo Bryant going to come back in for the Pacers here. 8:06 to go in the first half. NATO's trailing it 28-11. And that 4-point play really stings at the moment. Posner, bounce pass to Watson, right elbow. Chancey backing down on Borders. Turns around, goes up too strong off the glass, and Horton tips it right over to Doolin. That felt like a really rushed look there by Chancey Watson. I feel like the Tornadoes just aren't, they need to take that extra half second on a lot of these looks and they would convert them. I think they're pressing, like I said. Doolin inside on Hester. Pass back out Borders. A head fake. He floats it up. That one's too strong. Rebound pulled in Charlie Hester. Good board there. KK Horton off and running down the left side. Horton stepping back over to Hester now. Charlie right to left. A couple of dribbles. Now gets a screen from Carnes. Charlie drives in. Floater is going to get the roll. Charlie Hester with a basket there. Natos have it back within 15. Try and get a couple more of these and get it back within 10. It's a game of runs. Tornadoes really yet to make a solid one. Trying to start it here, though. Borders, hands to Jones. Bryant sets his feet, fakes, goes inside. A pass outside Borders. He has an open look. He fires. He can't hit it. Put back Bryant, no good. Rebound knocked out of the hands of KK Horton. It'll stay with William Peace. A timeout coming here. Natos trailing it by 15. 6:53 remaining in the first half. Natos trying to crawl back into this one. Back in just a moment. Back here with 6:53 remaining in half number one. Natos trailing at 28-13. They've sustained a heavy punch here from William Peace early on, trying to respond on a little 4-0 run here, but after the ball just went off of KK Horton, it will stay with the Pacers, so another opportunity on the offensive end. Natos going to try and get another stop paired to the basket. A lot of movement here on the inbound. Parton is going to get it in. No, it's taken away. Chancey Watson off the fingertips of Pettiford. It's off of KK Horton. Tornadoes cannot get out of their own way right now. Again, it's zero question of anybody's effort or want to or anything like that. I know the Natos. I know their team, and I know they're hungry, but you just got to settle down a little bit. You can't let the moment be too big for you, and I think they're kind of struggling with that right now. Parton. Horton switches on to him. Now Pettiford has Posner on him. He goes inside on him. He steps back. Free throw line jumper is money. Good shot there from Timothy Pettiford. Quincy Carter still over there on the bench. Likely see him the last 6 minutes or so. 6:25 remaining. KK stepping back now behind the three-point line and resetting. Gets it over barely. Fits it in a tight window to Chancey Watson. Carnes, a dribble, a backdoor pass. Watson goes up strong, gets the finish, and one. Chancey Watson using his strength there to go up through contact and finish.
And obviously 3 points isn't going to get you back in the game, but this is big for the Natos here. You know, we're seeing them actually running sets now. It kind of looks like we've taken a breath, or not we, excuse me. Looks like the Natos have taken a breath here, and they are just trying to find their way, and they're calming down a little bit. So if you are a NATO fan, good signs of life here.
Watson's free throw bounces off the back of the rim. Again, the Tornadoes just seem like they can't fully capitalize on some of the opportunities they're being given here early on in the first half. Parton, Pettiford right back to Parton. Really quick guard is number 5, Tyler Parton. And a lot of off-ball movement by William Peace as Pettiford into the corner. Parton going to fire up a corner three and hit it. William Peace cannot miss from beyond the arc. William Peace is a really, really good three-point shooting team, second in the conference, and the Natos continue to give them open looks.
You're speaking on the three-pointers of William Peace. They have 3 players in the top 10 in three-point percentage.
Yep, as Horton drives in, turns around, and that one falls short. Catches nothing but the net there. Bryant brings it up, and you're 100% right. when it comes to three-point percentage. Bryant, Doolin, and Lomanak all in the top 10 as Bryant finds a backdoor. Pettiford, who pump fakes, now goes into the corner. Parton, he pump fakes himself in a travel. He was about to get another open look from three. Bryant didn't like the call. Now Quincy Carter is going to come back in. R.J. Johnson we'll see for the first time, and Charles Reed coming in too.
For the offense of William Peace, they seem to be getting the ball on the wings over here, setting the screen, rolling, and then they always have a person corner. So the NATO's just, still trying to figure out a way to stop that.
NATO's starting to get a little bit more consistency in terms of defensive stops. Now just need to start finding the bottom of the net a little bit more often. Get back. You want this one at 10 or so at the half or less if you can, as Quincy backs down on Lomanak, bullies him, fires a pass into Johnson, who goes up and gets fouled. Quincy's going to go at Lomanak every time he has him. Lomanak, a 6-foot freshman guard out of Columbia, South Carolina. Quincy, the graduate, big body, muscular guy, clearly has been around the block, and anytime he gets that matchup, you can believe that he's going to exploit it. Johnson, a chance for his first points of this one at the free throw line. The lefty hits the first. Taking a look at Greensboro and Pfeiffer all knotted up right before the half. 30 apiece. And a second free throw no good by Johnson, but a violation against the NATOs there. So 1 for 2 on the trip there. Wesleyan with an early 4-point lead about 8 minutes in over Mary Baldwin, looking around the conference and the implications. But, of course, it doesn't matter if the Tornadoes cannot pull it out in their own game, as Doolin bounces to Bryant. Johnson on him. Bryant turning around, wants Lomanak, has him. Pull-up jumper from 2 is no good, too strong. Rebound, KK Horton. KK coming up the right side, has Johnson. He goes up and lays it up. That was a little, R.J. Johnson, you got to dunk that.
He kind of pulled a Uno reverse card on us there, Peasy. I'm right there with you. I thought he was going to slam it down.
I was ready to yell. Instead, you just got to settle for the 2 points, though. But the NATOs will take points however they can get them right now. I mean, the dunk would have been 2 points, too. But the style points, though, as Bryant goes right at Horton and can't finish. Rebound up in the air. Goes right back to Bryant. Up top, Doolin. A straightaway 3. Too strong. Rebound, R.J. Johnson. And that's exactly why Lee Burgess has him in right now. Two of the worst rebounding teams in the conference. Actually, statistically, the 2 worst rebounding teams in the USA South. Carter. Backdoor pass to Horton. He's not able to handle it. Fighting for it is Lomanak. He's out of bounds. Good effort there and hustle by Ryan Lomanak. But he touches it right on that line, and it'll stay with the Tornadoes with 3:53 remaining in half number 1. And, boy, how big would a 3 or 2 be right here?
Be huge. It'd make the world of difference. I think if R.J. Johnson dunks that ball there, I'm not saying that's going to get you back in the game, but momentum is crucial in a game like this, especially 33-18. Any kind of, possible big moment thing is just, it makes the world of difference here.
Absolutely. Those momentum swings are very real and something that hopefully we start to see take place here. NATO's trailing by 15, just under 4 minutes to go. And again, it feels like the target point for them heading into the half is to be within 10 or less, right around that 8-10 deficit, and work your way back from there in the second half. You've withstood the blow that you caught early on. You didn't let it snowball enough too early on, and you got to make sure that you keep it at least at where it's at right now when you head into the half. 18 points with 4 minutes left. The basketball is not where you want to be, but at the end of the day, you've started to slow down William Peace a little bit, and if you can crawl just a little bit back more, this is very doable in half number 2.
And honestly, you might agree with me here, you might disagree, but I think the pressure is honestly off the NATOs right now. They're kind of bouncing back from a not-so-great start to this game. Now the pressure is kind of on William Peace kind of keep that up. So, the NATOs are living kind of pressure-free right now.
100%. NATOs with a win, I believe, at least secure a home playoff game. The only matter is whether it will be a first-round or second-round game. With a loss, not sure. Depends on what else happens around the conference here. 15-point ball game. NATO's with the basketball. Charles Reed gets it on the right wing, guarded by Lomanak. Charles moves to his left, gets it over to Carter. Quincy. Carnes, a couple of dribbles. Now Horton. KK around the edge, a behind-the-back dribble, a free throw line jumper, can't get the finish. R.J. Johnson nearly pulls in the offensive board, but it bounces over to Borders. An empty possession for the NATOs once again. Doolin, guarded by Carnes, a bounce over to Bryant. Bryant, the height disadvantage, but does have the strength edge on Johnson as Lomanak comes around the corner. Pressure from Johnson. Good pickup defense there as Pettiford is going to be fouled. R.J. Johnson came across him there. That's foul number 5 against the Tornadoes, so no bonus yet. That's R.J.'s first. 33-18. Borders wants Pettiford, floats it up to him, and he takes it off the top shelf from Charles Reed and immediately gives to Bryant. Bryant, back door, Pettiford goes up and gets the finish on Charles Reed. Charles got a little overambitious there. It's a 17-point game once again. 3:03 to go. NATO's got to start closing in on this. Quincy Carter, have not heard a lot from him so far. A matter of fact, I don't think Quincy has scored to this point, but he does find Carnes, who goes right over to Johnson. Through contact, R.J. Johnson. Big finish. Yeah, Carter 0 for 3 from the field. And you know, Quincy is one of those guys that always shows up for these type of games, so I wouldn't expect that to continue much longer. Doolin bounce to Pettiford with Carnes on him. He bounces to Bryant. Bryant, straightaway 3, he's hit. And another foul on the 3-ball. Tornadoes have got to stop doing that.
And if you're the NATOs here, you need to stop going under screens, especially on this William Peace team. They can shoot the basketball. Fight over, make them uncomfortable, make them, if you want them to score, make them try to shoot a tough mid-range or a contested layup here. You cannot keep going under the screens.
Absolutely agree with you there. As Bryant fires his first free throw and misses. That straightaway 3, the NATOs are just getting too over-eager defending it, and they end up contacting the shooter every time. It's a bit disheartening to watch, I'm sure, if you're Coach Lee Burgess. Bryant hits the second. Jaden Carnes will head over to the bench. Sly White back in. Bryant hits 2 of 3. Lead back to 17. And it seems like the main thing, every time the Tornadoes score, they immediately give one back up on the other end. Not a winning formula. Carter, Reed, to his right, it's Horton. Reed, R.J. Johnson out to Carter in the corner. Quincy, 3-ball, no good. Rebound is knocked away and brought in by Sly White. K.K. Horton, a second chance for the NATOs. Reed, Johnson backing down on Bryant. He goes up and finishes. R.J. Johnson, the sophomore young gun, asserting his will on a floor full of veterans.
You can see a lot of promise in the future for R.J. Johnson.
See if they decide to ride R.J. the rest of this first half here as Lomanak doesn't have space and now a travel.
And as we just talked about, causing pressure off the screens can create chaos here.
100%. 15-point ball game as Sean Jones comes in to get Pettiford with 1:53 remaining in half number 1. You look at the 3-point stats. William Peace 4 for 9 from deep. Tornadoes only 0 for 2. Have not taken a lot. Haven't had space to take them. Johnson. Horton, bounce right elbow, Carter. Finds Johnson, who goes up and gets the finish. Gets Borders right out of the way. Get him out of there. 137. NATO's back within 13. Starting to get near that 10-point mark if they can string together another stop or two. Bryant hits the brakes on Charles Reed and sends him moving back. Nearly taken away. Cutting is Doolin. He gets it. Jones in the corner. Back to Bryant. Bryant trying to get the edge on Sly White. Turns around, gives to Lomanak. Quick fire 3, no good. In and out, rebound, KK Horton. KK, long pass. Johnson off the top shelf. Turning around, it's knocked out of his hand and a foul. R.J. Johnson starting to try and take over, isn't he?
He's coming on, and he's doing his thing. He's not going out of his way. He doesn't seem to be pushing. He's letting it come to him. And as a basketball player, you know, let the game come to you and great things happen.
Absolutely. R.J. Johnson already with 9 points. As he hits the first free throw.
Make that 10.
Pettiford back in here quickly with 1:11 remaining. I think they might try and use him as the R.J. Johnson stopper. RJ, second free throw is good. They don't look now. NATO's within 11. And what did we say they needed to be at?
10.
It's a crucial final minute and 3 seconds here. Pettiford trying to get by Johnson. Pass out to Lomanak. Borders, good transition defense, good rotation rather. Borders looking around, nobody's there. He has Jones. Jones goes right out. White ball nearly ripped from his hands. A jump ball in the possession arrow will go the NATO's way. This would be the time for a big triple if you're the NATO's.
Great coaching adjustments from Coach Burgess on the defensive end, really stressing to his team to swap and go over all screens. Just kind of pass that off. I think that's a great tactic there by Coach Lee Burgess.
I agree. A lot more aggressive on the defensive end. NATO's starting to climb back into this one. You see complaints from the Wesleyan bench. Head coach Claude Shields not happy. Carter over to White. Tries to find a cutter. It's a kick ball. It went off of Bryant's foot. He's upset. And it's funny seeing William Peace complain about the officiating. Just put it one way. Bit ironic, and now we got a timeout coming here for William Peace, trying to draw something up on the defensive end. 40 seconds remaining here in the first half. NATO's have kind of crawled their way back into it, trailing by 11, trying to get even closer to striking distance as we approach the half. Back here in just a moment from the Bosch. Final stages of half number 1. Seconds left in half number 1. NATO's looking for a big basket here, trailing by 11, trying to get this lead back to single digits for the first time in quite a while. Reed bounces in Carter. Quincy over to KK up top. NATO's could get this down to about 18 seconds. Quincy turns the corner, steps back with Borders on him. Reed, right side, into Johnson. RJ going to go right at Sean Jones. Turning around, going up through contact, cannot get the finish. Rebound up in the air, Borders has it. Quincy right on him, and William Peace can take the last shot. NATO's got to hunker down on defense here.
I think we'll see a dribble handoff screen here. I think we'll see the continuation of what they've been trying to do all half.
Bryant over to Borders. Wants Lomanak and has him. Lomanak sets his feet. Bryant, 2, backing down, goes up on Carter, cannot get the finish. And so that'll be the conclusion of half number 1. NATO's trailing it 37-26. Lucky really to only be down 11 at this point, if you ask me.
I completely agree. I mean, it seemed there for a minute William Peace was just absolutely pouring it on the NATO's. I mean, still continued to hit shots throughout the half, but the NATO's kind of picked up their defensive intensity and also started to score, which put the pressure back on William Peace, as we kind of talked about a little bit of that.
Absolutely. Tornadoes were trailing 30-13 at one point and trailing even worse at another point in that first half. It felt like William Peace came out with the greater intensity, kind of dropped the bomb, but this is where you see the experience of Coach Burgess, who's been here for quite some time now. Coach Burgess able to draw up some adjustments, kind of tinker with the lineup a bit, and all of a sudden now you look in a game that feels like William Peace has dominated. It's an 11-point game with the NATO's right within striking distance.
So what do you think the keys to the second half are here, Peasy? You know, if you're Coach Burgess, what are you going in there telling the guys to do in the second half?
Number 1 is that perimeter defense. I think the Tornadoes, for one, were giving up too many three-point makes in general, but I think they fell for a lot of really cheap fakes. I think they panicked a bit because they know the shooters that William Peace possesses. So every time they would fake their head fake, pump fake, whatever it may be, the Tornadoes jump, and it allows somebody else that's moving off the ball to get open, and William Peace was not missing a lot of those open looks. So I look for more pressure. Like you said, stop going under screens, kind of fight through them and be a little bit more aggressive, get that physicality on defense. And one thing that I did not expect to be saying today is get the ball to RJ Johnson. And I don't say that in a disrespectful way to Johnson. He's just somebody that's young. He's a sophomore in a very experienced team, but he's come out and proved it here today. Only averages 2.4 points per game and already a leading scorer with 11 at the break for the Tornadoes. And I want to see more of him. It doesn't seem like William Peace really has an answer down low for the sophomore.
Today we will be
I agree. I'm right there with you. I love the game of R.J. Johnson, man. He hustles, plays hard, and he's soft-spoken, you know. He could have 20, and you'll never know because he's not out there. He's just out there to play the game, do what needs to be done, does what asks of him. You can always appreciate somebody like that.
Another thing that I'm expecting here, Quincy Carter, 0 points in the first half, not something you see very often. He was looking to be a passer most of the time. I expect Quincy Carter to come out and have a big second half because, let's face it, these are the moments that number 4 lives for. And what could be his final time on this floor, he wants to go out with a bang, and I expect the Tornadoes to come out firing similar to the way William Peace did in the first half once we get out of this break.
I agree right here with you.
Tornadoes trailing at 37-26. Me and Coop will step aside for a few minutes, and then we will be back for the second half. A lot on the line, a lot at stake here as we head towards the second half of action. Tornadoes and Pacers, don't go anywhere, folks. This one's getting better. Back here for the second half, folks. NATO's trailing it by 11, and quite frankly, maybe fortunate to only be down 11 with the way that they started this one. But what do they say? It's not about how you start, it's how you finish, Coop.
Amen to that.
Tornadoes started to find something there in that second half, both defensively and on the offensive end with R.J. Johnson feeding him down low. And it seems like William Peace was really, really trying to shut down the perimeter game for Brevard, because Brevard, #1 3-point shooting team in the conference, and when you look at the three-point stats, they didn't hit one. They only shot 3. So it feels like William Peace is really sacrificing post defense for that perimeter game, and if they can keep feeding R.J. Johnson and getting him one-on-one matchups down low, I like his chances more often than not.
I agree. I love the length of R.J. Johnson. He's pretty much going to be longer and taller than anybody we're going to see in the conference.
Maybe save for Kyron Kelly, the 6'7 center for North Carolina Wesleyan, but anybody else? I mean, Pettiford is a big guy, and RJ kind of towers over him a little bit. Pettiford 6'4". RJ, I believe, listed at 6'7 on the Brevard roster. And here we go.
NATO's look to be coming out in the 2-3 zone here.
Horton, Hester, Carnes, Carter, and Reed, the 5. Remember, no Carson Evans.
You just hate that for Carson, especially on senior day.
Carson not on the bench at the moment. Not sure where he's at or what update we have on his status. We will give you one as soon as we have it. As Bryant pestered by Jaden Carnes, now Borders has Carnes on him. He takes it inside, goes at Carnes and gets the finish. That was good defensive way to hang with him by Jaden Carnes. He stayed right on his hip, but ultimately just a better finish there from Borders. NATO's don't want to start the second half the way they started the first. Want to get energy going quickly on offense as Hester works around a screen, goes inside and gets a finish of his own. Charlie Hester there with the basket there. Charlie had 2 points in the first half, and he just doubled his scoring output 40 seconds into half number 2. Pettiford right at Carnes again. He pulls a mid-range. He's short. Gets his own rebound, however. Goes up again. Can't finish again. Offensive rebound back out to Sean Jones. It's on the ground. A jump ball, and the possession arrow will be going Brevard's way. So Tornado ball. Down 11. A 3 or 2, which you haven't hit all game, could be absolutely instrumental if you could find them.
Or even an open look. I mean, we have shot 3 threes. I wouldn't say any of them have been just, absolutely open.
I agree. Maybe Quincy in the corner on that third one, but that would be it. As a backdoor pass to Carter, he's able to get back to it and find it. Quincy backing down, turning around, going up on Jones. He is fouled. Quincy going to get a chance to go to the stripe here. A scoreless first half for number 4, trying to change that quickly and assert his presence.
It's a great job using the body there by Quincy Carter.
NATO's trying to crawl back into this one. So many playoff implications going on game-wise across the conferences. Quincy can't find the first free throw. We got the Greensboro game going on right now against Pfeiffer, a back-and-forth affair as we periodically check on it. And then you got Wesleyan trailing to number 1 Mary Baldwin right before the half. Quincy hits the second, and it's back down to 10, exactly where we said it needed to be around this point. NATO's can get off to a run here to start the second half. This thing can get really interesting quickly. Pettiford moves fast, now gives to Doolin. Doolin over to Jones. Jones wants Bryant, instead finds Borders. A cutting Bryant has it knocked away from him, but gets it back over to Doolin. Doolin inside, working on Carter. Jones loses the basketball, back to Doolin. Bryant, 10 on the shot clock. Doolin moving to his left. Pettiford might go at Carnes again here. He will. He does. He goes up. He can find the finish. And it seems like similar to the way that in the women's game they went at China Pouncey, it seems like William Peace's strategy here is to go at Jaden Carnes as Charlie Hester receives a backdoor pass and is fouled. A late whistle. Lee Burgess was waiting on it with his arms up in the air, but Charlie does get it. Coach Burgess with a bit of a word there to the official. Claude Shields doesn't like it. Seemed pretty obvious from here, though, as Quincy catches the inbound, now goes over to KK Horton. Horton Carter around the screen from Carnes. Steps back. Straightaway three from Quincy is good off the roll.
There it is.
Quincy knocks down the first tray ball of the evening for the Tornadoes.
And
it's back within single digits. Absolutely. Quincy Carter with a bit of a friendly rim there. Jones goes over to Doolin. Doolin drives in on Hester, gets the edge blocked. Charlie Hester with the rejection. Pass up the court to Carnes. Carnes goes up on Bryant and finishes. This is exactly what the NATOs needed to do coming out in the second half. And my real only question is why R.J. Johnson did not start the half on the floor, but it seems Coach Burgess wants to wait and save him, get his energy back up a little bit more. Borders, guarded by Horton. Good defense by the NATOs so far here in the second half. Doolin, back to Borders up top. 10 on the shot clock. Borders, hands to Jones. Jones to his left, it's taken away. Charles Reed breaks on it. 2-on-1 break. Charles goes up and is rejected, and it's brought in by Doolin. A break the other way now. Pettiford, guarded by Carter, now Borders. Bryant up top, a golden opportunity for the NATOs there. Bryant, corner, Doolin, three ball, no good. Rebound, Charles Reed. Reed fires a pass, it's taken away by Doolin. Knocked out of his hands, but he recovers. Doolin looking around now, gives to Pettiford. Pettiford one-on-one with Horton, he'll slow it down and wait. Borders, right to left, on Carnes. Bryant, guarded by Hester, goes right at him, spinning around, goes up, pass is nearly taken away. Pettiford, mid-range jumper, no good. Rebound, Charlie Hester, he's hit, and it'll be going the other way. Bo Bryant wants the foul on him instead of on Pettiford. We'll see, it will be called against Pettiford. So Sean Jones will step out, Tyler Parton in for a piece. This game's back within 7. A tray ball or any kind of basket makes it even more interesting. Carnes, left elbow, up top Quincy. Quincy stepping back on Doolin, tries another three. This one is no good. Looked good off the hand, but just short. Parton has an angle. Hands off to Lomanak. It was dangerous in that first half. Both shooters on the floor right now. All three shooters, as a matter of fact, as Pettiford pump fakes the three, goes inside, loses his dribble. It's taken away. Charles Reed pokes it away. Reed, Horton to his left. Hester driving in the lane. Charlie goes up and through contact, there's no whistle. Rebound, Pettiford. I think Hester wanted one there. Not going to get any complaints from him, though. I think Charlie wishes he had opted for a pass there. Doolin sets his feet and fires. That one's off the mark. Rebound, Quincy Carter. William Peace has gone cold here to start the second half. First 4.5 into the second half. NATOs have closed it within 7. Horton, Hester, Charles Reed poked away by Parton and a foul. Already 4 fouls against the Pacers and now a stoppage. 15-18 remaining in this one. NATOs have got it back within 7. 41-34 when we return here from the Bosch. NATOs starting to get it going. Back out of the break. Same group for the NATOs. Still no R.J. Johnson. No L.B. Boyette either. Coach Burgess has been playing around with the lineup all game, kind of trying to find what works here.
Carson Evans, if you look over there on the bench, we see him in a boot.
This does not seem like Carson will be coming back into this one. Try and bring his energy from the sideline. Veteran leadership as Reed gets a screen, has Doolin draped all over him, gets over to Quincy Carter. Charles to his right, Hester. Quincy right elbow, backdoor pass. Reed gets the finish with the left hand. This game's back within 5, Coop.
Great offense by the NATOs right there. Great offense.
And if you remember, last time these two teams squared off, the Tornadoes absolutely blew out in the second half William Peace. It was a 1-point game at the break. Tornadoes ended up winning by 20+. Jones trying to find space. It's taken away. It's on the ground. Jones going up, and he gets the finish and one.
That's just something that you hate to see from such a, from such a possession there.
Jones with a big make there through contact and a chance to put in one more. Seven points the lead once more. And after a free throw miss, it stays there. Tornadoes might have been lucky to not be called for a foul on the rebound. Carnes there had a hold of Lomanak. Charles Reed has the basketball, down 7 once more. Horton over to Carnes. Jaden takes it inside, through contact and a foul. Carnes got sandwiched between Bryant and Parton there, and 2 free throws coming here for Jaden Carnes. Have not heard a whole lot from Jaden to this point. Carnes 2 points, 1 for 1 from the field, 3 assists. Has turned it over once as well. And for Carnes, the second best shooter overall by percentage in the conference, 61%. And now he's got 2 from the line. Jaden hits the first one with that lefty stroke. Lead back down to 6, trying to make it 5 once more. Carnes hits it. This game, you start feeling that intensity and that the atmosphere rise here. The closer the NATOs get and the further we get into the second half. About 6 minutes in so far as Bryant goes to Jones. See if he goes at Carnes here. He will. Passes out to Parton now. Parton back to Jones. Has an open look. Sets his feet and fires. Cannot hit. Way off the mark there for Sean Jones. They left him open for a reason. Reed. Right to left. Carter. Left elbow KK. Gets the edge on Parton. Goes up. Can't get his finish. Second time KK Horton has not been able to finish at the rim. I'm sure he's going to capitalize on the next one, though. Not something you see often from number 11. Borders. Parton. Now Lomanak has been a dangerous shooter, but he'll defer this one over to Bryant, who finds a cutting Jones, goes up and finishes on the layup. Charlie Hester falling asleep there, maybe a second too late on the rotation. Another basket for William Peace. NATO's got to keep trying to climb into this lead, or dig into it rather. Climb back into the ball game as Reed goes over to Horton. Carter looking for nobody there. Quick KK Horton cut right as Quincy let go of it, and Quincy patting his chest saying that's on me. Pettiford and Doolin coming back in here. Charles Reed back in for the NATOs. And really surprising that we're not seeing any RJ Johnson here.
Maybe a little bit of Sly White, too. He was part of that little run at the end of the half.
You got to feel like Coach Burgess might be giving them a couple more minutes and then make them ride out the rest of this thing, the last 10 minutes or so.
I could definitely see that.
Jones gives to Pettiford, has Reed on him. He goes inside, he goes up, and he finishes. Lead back up to 9 here. NATO's got to start exchanging blows here. Now RJ Johnson and Sly White right on time. On a cue nearly as Hester gets by Pettiford, finds Carnes, who finishes on the float there right from the blocks. Good passing there by the NATOs. Ready for the next dead ball so we can see these two at the scorer's table come in. 7-point ball game, 12.5 to go. Jones, Carnes on him. Gets over to Pettiford. Pettiford goes in on Hester. Turning back, gives to Borders. Borders, step back 3, in and out. Rebound KK Horton. Chance for the NATOs to cut into this one even more. Horton, left wing, goes right at Doolin and loses the basketball. Lomanak has it, he gets fouled, and the Tornadoes just continue to waste opportunities. I think KK got a little bit over-eager there on the drive, couldn't maintain the handle of the ball, and it flew right to a William Peace defender. Hester and Carnes will both have a seat. Johnson and Sly White both in. And RJ Johnson had 11 in that first half, looking for more of that here. You got to believe the offense is going to work through him and Carter here these next few moments. Lomanak guarded tightly, gives to Bryant. Bryant Doolin, good rotation by the NATO defense. Doolin over to Pettiford. Bryant, Pettiford fakes on a three, now goes inside, pulls from the free throw line, can't hit it, gets his own miss, goes up, cannot finish, rebound Charles Reed, it's knocked out of his hand. Bryant on the ground, Bryant to Pettiford, he slams it. Tornadoes just cannot get out of their own way right now. 9-point ball game once again. Carter, bounce to White. Sly on the left elbow, backing down, loses it for a moment, gets over to RJ. Johnson inside, goes up on Bryant and cannot finish. William Peace with the basketball once again, and the NATO offense has gone cold at the wrong time. NATOs have knocked down 1-3, the best three-point shooting team in the conference. Bryant gets over to Pettiford again. That was a great hustle play a moment ago by Bryant, by the way, as Borders inside, pump fakes, goes up on Johnson and smokes it. Rebound Quincy Carter. There's William Peace not taking advantage of an opportunity. Reed, right wing, signals Quincy Carter away. Horton now, over to White. Sly, a dribble and a handoff to Quincy. Quincy working on Doolin, stepping back, gives to KK. Horton, Lomanak on him, drives in. KK spinning around, turnaround jumper, that one's in and out. Horton, not his normal self right now, not finding anything. And William Peace with the basketball once again. We're about halfway home here in the second half. 49-40, William Peace with the lead. Bryant, NATO's getting a lot of stops, but the offense has gone cold. Pettiford drains a three, tells the crowd to be quiet. Not at all what you need there. Carter, Johnson, now Horton, bounce into Quincy, left elbow, Quincy, Borders on him, turning around, trying to get positioning, going up through contact, and one, and the NATOs get it right back. Borders isn't happy with the call. He's trying to explain his case. Pettiford telling him to let it go. And now another stoppage coming here before the free throw. A chance for a three-point play for Quincy Carter to get this lead back down to 9. 9:50 to go. NATO's trailing it 52-42 when we return here from the Bosch. On. Back here for Quincy Carter's free throw, a chance to convert the three-point play. And we've got Drew Smith in the game. Drew, someone that we have not seen a lot of at all this season. Coach Burgess making a move here, though, to put in number 21. LB Boyette waiting in the wings as well. Could be waiting to get Quincy Carter. 9:50 remaining. NATO's trailing it by 10. Quincy can make it 9 here on the free throw. William Peace needs one more in. They only have 4 on the floor. And it'll be Lomanak heading in there. The freshman, I don't think, realized he was still supposed to be in there. So Lomanak and Parton, the 2 shooters in. Doolin, Bryant, and Pettiford also in for the Pacers. Quincy can't hit the free throw. Lead stays at 10, and it's just those small things, man. The small things are piling up for the Tornadoes right now. As Parton hands to Lomanak, now Pettiford. They want Drew Smith staying with Lomanak, I believe. As Doolin goes to Bryant. Bryant hands to Lomanak, who has it poked away. RJ Johnson, Lomanak's on the ball, on the floor with the ball. Possession arrow will stay with William Peace. And head coach Claude Shields is not happy with the officiating. I don't honestly know what he'd be complaining about there, but he's been complaining all game, so it's the norm. 52-42. Quincy Carter out. LB Boyette in. Parton going to try and race by R.J. Johnson. R.J. sticking right on him. Oh, and Sly White with the interception. Sly White has it, slows it down now, goes out to LB. LB over to Drew Smith. Smith, unfamiliar moment for him, ready to step up though. Chancey, right elbow, finds a cutting Drew Smith, who goes up and gets the basket. How about that? Drew Smith right on cue there. He heard us talking about him. Drew Smith rocking that 21 jersey. Same thing I wore on the field for the Tornadoes football team. Love seeing that 2-1 get some love. Connor Crosby has it on the baseball team, I know. Doolin inside, goes up and gets the finish himself. You got to offer more resistance in the paint. Now Claude Shields wants a timeout to slow things down. 54-44, 8:45 remaining here in this one. NATO's trying to get back in. They've gotten close, and they've kind of bridged the gap a little bit, but need a little bit more on both ends of the floor if they want to come out on top in this one. Coop, what do you want to see this final 8:45 from the Tornadoes?
This final 8 minutes, I want to see the Tornadoes really buckle down on defense. I'm not saying they're not buckling down, but I want to put all stress and all focuses on not letting anybody get an open three. And I really want to focus on switching. I don't want to let Bryant start getting on us again. You know, just keep doing that. And on the offensive end, honestly, I want to see the ball moving around. I want to see the William Peace defense really have to move around and work to stop us. I think we need to go back to what's making us, what got us here, go back to getting those little easy shots at the paint, keep driving, get our free throws, build a little bit of confidence. Then maybe by the time that, you know, we've attacked and asserted dominance in the paint, we can start getting some of the open threes, which is what we live for.
NATO's have actually shot the ball at a little bit of a higher clip than William Peace has, but the thing is, William Peace has knocked in 6 triples. NATO's only 1 for 5 so far. And that's going to be a key. NATO's are going to want to start hitting some threes. I mean, obviously, that goes without saying, but especially right now, this is do or die time, and this game determines where you are going to be playing in this USA South tournament and possibly if you get a bye or not. Smith getting pressured defensively. Now they back off. Donalik Tyrell back in for William Peace. Second time we've seen him. Boyette to Johnson. Left side and a foul on Tyrell. That's going to be the 7th foul against the Pacers, so I believe free throws are coming here for R.J. Johnson on 1-and-1. And you saw when Johnson had Tyrell on him in that first half, he went at him, and no different there. R.J. caught the ball, knew he had 1-on-1, and immediately dropped the shoulder into him. R.J. hits the first, so we'll stay right here.
As we talked about kind of at halftime, PZ, we weren't on air, of course, but, you know, we did talk about how when we start getting the ball on this block, that skip pass is opening up. We just saw R.J. Johnson hit the skip pass to the corner.
Johnson, second free throw coming here. And not able to knock it down. Pettiford with the rebound. This game will stay at 9. 8:25 remaining. Borders over to Pettiford with LB on him. Pettiford fits it into Bryant. Drew Smith a little bit ambitious there on defense. Not called for a reach, though, but LB will be. Only the 3rd foul against the NATOs. Just want to be tacked against Boyette. NATOs have done a good job not fouling, save for early in the game on beyond the arc, but got to keep stringing stops together. Borders pass to Pettiford, who is going to try and get by Chancey Watson. Instead, he'll end up giving off to Sean Jones. Bryant on Boyette. Pettiford thinks about the 3, instead turns the corner, tries to find a cutting Bryant, who is going to miss, but gets his own miss. Jones goes up and gets the finish. Tornadoes cannot keep allowing these second chances. 11-point ball game. Boyette, Watson, Chancey, right elbow, turning around, going up and short. Chancey's tried that shot a few times, hasn't had a whole lot of success. 7:35 to go here. Tornadoes trailing it by 11. And it's not quite do or die time yet, but it's getting close, and the NATOs have got to start stringing some stops together. Lomanek over to Borders. Gets a screen from Bryant. Instead, he'll pass it down low to Bryant, who goes at Drew Smith, and a foul. 11-point ball game and a chance to add 2 more here for Bo Bryant. Tornadoes just, you know, you hate to say this second half, it feels like no energy. it really feels like the Tornadoes are playing like they have another day to live, which technically they do in this USA South tournament. But right now, it just feels flat. And that's what the players told me happened last weekend at North Carolina Wesleyan, which if it wasn't for that loss, the stakes wouldn't be nearly as high here. They'd already have that 2 seed locked up. Instead, fighting for positioning now, and I just don't understand how you come out flat like this 2 games in a row. And it's no insult to Coach Burgess. It's no insult to the team. It's basketball and it happens, but it's a maddening time for it to happen.
Especially after the first half that they had. I mean, you know, you were kind of out of it in the first half. Then those last few 7 minutes or so, you kind of dig deep. You put yourself back in a good situation. You know, you think you would continue to ride that. And, I mean, they did start the second half off a little bit solid, you know, but then it's just, as you're saying, it's kind of just declined.
7:18 to go. 56-45 the way it stands right now. The Nados are going to have to string together a 6-0, 7-0 run if they want this one to be competitive down the stretch.
But, hey, we've seen crazy things happen in the Bosch. You know, we could get 3 turnovers in a row here, 3 layups or whatever. We could cause some chaos 2 possessions, and all of a sudden tables have turned.
Absolutely. As 2 free throws coming here for Bo Bryant. You look at Bryant's line for the evening. He's got 7 points. And he hits the first. Lead back up to 12. Chance to make it 13. Again, there's only so many ways we can say it, but the Nados have got to get something going. Both free throws knocked down by Bryant. It's a 13-point game. Got to do something. 7:15 to go. Smith with the basketball. Goes to his left to Boyette. LB working on Pettiford. Gets a screen from White. Does not use it. Now he'll go at Jones. Inside, LB floats up and cannot get the finish. Tornadoes cannot find anything right now, man. Nados scored 26 in the first half. They're sitting at 19 right now. Bryant charges inside, pumps the brakes, spins around on White, pass out to a wide open Borders. He fires and hits. 16-point ball game here. Borders clapping. And he knows that William Peace is in a pretty advantageous state right now. Johnson goes inside, goes up, and can't get a finish. 6:15 to go. Nados trailing it by 16. Here to William Peace with their playoff seeding on the line. 61-45, Borders. Head fakes on White, steps back, and now he slows it down. He wants Pettiford coming towards. He whips a pass to a cutting Pettiford. He's underneath the basket, and that one goes through the hands of Sean Jones. A lucky break there for the Tornadoes. Big change here, and I think Coach Burgess definitely saw that this game was trending in the wrong direction, and he just wanted to get a pretty much entirely new group in there.
Everybody on this floor right now should be hungry. They've all been out for a while. They should be ready to come in here and, you know, make a statement.
I'm looking at number 4 over these last 6 minutes. If the Tornadoes are going to come back into this one, it's going to have to be because of Quincy Carter, the veteran leader. Reed, Carter, Johnson around the horn to KK Horton. KK over to Jaden Carnes, hands to Charles Reed. Charles wants Johnson. Now down low, right elbow, Carnes faces up, pass outside Horton. Gonna line up a 3-ball and hit it.
Puts it in.
Big shot there from KK Horton. Nados needed that one in a big way. Lead still sitting at 13. Nados plenty of work to do still, but a sign of life there off the hand of KK Horton. Bryant looking for Doolin. Back to Bryant, who is going to spin around and go back to Pettiford. Pettiford now Borders. Waiting to see where Pettiford goes, and now Borders into the lane, goes up and gets the finish and one. No shot. Claude Shields wanted it. Instead, it'll be on the floor and simply an inbound coming for William Peace. 5:04 remaining. Lomanak back in. Clearly somebody you got to watch beyond the arc, and don't be surprised if they try and set up an off-ball screen and a 3 here for him. It will not, though. Jones working on Carter. Gives to Bryant. Bryant trying to find the edge on Johnson. He's not giving a bit. Bryant is fouled. They're going to call a hook on R.J. Johnson. That looked pretty clean from up here. Might have grabbed him just a little bit. And there's foul number 6 for the NATOs. So one more, and it's bonus time for William Peace. Borders. Looking around, trying to find someone, and does. It's Pettiford. 4:50 and counting. Borders going to go right at Carnes. Pass back out Bryant. Bryant spinning around on Reed. Ball's up in the air and stolen. Carnes in the open court. Jaden, pass. KK, he'll slow it down. Good transition, fast break defense there by William Peace, forcing the NATOs to get into their set with everybody down here. Johnson, right elbow, goes up, gets the finish right on Pettiford. I'm doing that every time. If I can't get an open look from Quincy Carter or KK Horton, I'm doing that every time. Unless, of course, it's a look that you just can't pass up. At that point, I understand. Jones has space, waits around, and now William Peace might kind of try and play the clock game with 4:10 remaining. Pettiford right at Carnes, goes into his chest and gets the finish right back. 13-point ball game. NATO's got to start moving quick. Carter inside. Quincy through contact, a foul. 2 free throws coming here for number 4.
Peace, you just mentioned the the clock game of William Peace. I kind of noticed that about a possession or two ago. It seems to me like they're kind of playing a little slower. Not saying they're still not trying to do the same thing, but they're definitely in no hurry to do anything right here.
100%. 3:58 remaining. We'll step aside for just a moment. NATO's trailing at 63-50. Going to have to get something going here big down the stretch if they want a chance to stay alive for that number 2 seed. Back in a moment. Back on the floor here, Tornadoes and Pacers. Quincy Carter getting ready to shoot 2 free throws. And for Quincy, 1 for 4 from beyond the arc, 1 for 3 from the free throw line. Only 6 points for Carter in 27 minutes. Looking to make it 8 here and knock down both free throws. Every point of the utmost importance right now. And Quincy off the back iron there, no good. Quincy has struggled from the free throw line, 1 for 4 in this one. Hoping to get that to 2 for 5. And he misses both. Quincy Carter's not able to hit either free throw there, and with 3:55 to go, the NATOs trail by 13. Things might be bordering on dire here. Doolin around the corner. Now Jones. Borders. Again, William Peace not in any kind of rush. 8 on the shot clock. Step back, a head fake, now Pettiford. Posner newly into the game, guarded up. Nice feed there, but Jones can't get the finish. NATO's able to get a stop there. Carter, coast to coast. Quincy goes up and gets the finish. Quincy with a head of steam there was not going to be denied. And now all of a sudden a timeout from head coach Lee Burgess. 11-point game with 3:20 remaining here. NATO's trying to get into this one over the final 2 minutes. String a couple of baskets together. We'll be back in just a moment. (63-52). NATO's trailing it. Going to try and string a couple of defensive stops together here with 3:20 remaining. Bryant looking for an inbound, does have one. It's Doolin. Charles Reed will come up on him, and now Bryant Gets it right back. Bryant. Pass over to Doolin. 3:06 to go. Bryant, hand to Doolin. Going to go right at Quincy Carter and meets a wall. Bryant, guarded by Charles Reed. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Right at Reed. Backdoor pass. Jones gets the finish. Jeremy Posner a second late on the rotation, and that's big. Horton. Posner nearly taken away by Jones. Quincy weaving in and out. Horton, three-pointer, in and out. Rebound brought in by Borders, and with 2:40 to go, that one really hurts. 13-point game. 2:33 to go, and the NATOs, things are not looking good right now. Pettiford. Bryant, right at Carter, spinning around, into the corner. Doolin, three-pointer, that's a dagger. That is a dagger right there. NATOs are going to fall in embarrassing fashion here on their home floor to the William Peace Pacers as Charles Reed is fouled. And as good as this team has been, it honestly reminds you a little bit of the Brevard College football season. A team that rode high at the top of the standings all regular season long, and then the final 2 games of the year, you face 2 contenders, and you just kind of are not able to get it done. Just to put it bluntly, Tornadoes fell short on the road last Sunday at North Carolina Wesleyan with a chance to clinch the 2 seed. Had another chance here to claim the 2 seed, possibly with a victory here today, empty-handed in both.
And I just want to say hats off to William Peace, man. They came in this gym and set the tone early, and have just made sure the game's been close, but they've kind of controlled the game through its entirety. So hats off to them for a great game today.
So not even sure where the standings are going to go from here. Greensboro did pick up a 1-point victory over Pfeiffer as Charles Reed misses both. Oh, North Carolina Wesleyan and Mary Baldwin all tied up at 52 apiece with 6:04 remaining. So the Tornadoes' best hope is to be the 4 seed. It seems could even drop to the 5. I know William Peace is going to move up to 8-6. Brevard's going to fall to 8-6 in the conference. As Doolin inside right into the chest of Reed, cannot finish. 1:44 to go. KK Horton overshoots Jaden Carnes. And that's just been the story of the whole game. NATOs have had their opportunities, and it's really on them that they didn't come out and get this victory. And I don't say that in any kind of harsh way, any kind of hating way on this team. This team has accomplished so much and still has the opportunity to accomplish even more in the conference tournament. But it just has not been good enough from the Tornadoes today. You can't blame refs. You can't blame any of that. You can only blame yourselves. And, of course, losing a senior like Carson Evans in the beginning of the game hurts. But, man, you've just got to find a way to make it more competitive than 68-52, especially when you had it within single digits here in the second half. We'll step away for a moment. Minute and a half, 68-52 the lead for William Peace. Finishing touches coming in a moment. Back out on the floor, final 131. Tornadoes are going to fall short here. 68-52, trailing by 16, and just disappointing. Disappointing if you are the Tornadoes. Bo Bryant to inbound here. Claude Shields giving him instructions. Tornadoes are going to finish the year at 13-12. They were 13-10. Dropped the final 2 of the season. And honestly, this game does hurt a lot, especially since you had a chance to finish it on senior day on your home floor, get yourself into that 2 seed. But I think that you're going to look back, and if the Tornadoes aren't going to be able to accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, I think you're going to look back and look at that Wesleyan game, because they had, I believe, 3 or 4 road games in the span of a week. I believe it was 3. That was the 3rd one, and from what I was told, wasn't able to watch the game. It was on the road in Rocky Mount, but from what I was told, they just came out flat, and unfortunately, same thing today. And I hate to say the word flat because it sounds like I'm bringing into question the effort or the energy or the care of this team, and that's not what I'm trying to do at all. But in terms of flat, when I say that, it's just maybe they were pressing too hard. That's what I was saying all game long. Maybe they pressed a bit too hard, but either way, not the way that you wanted to see this thing go, as the Tornadoes try and get a little bit closer. Charles Reed misses the free throw again.
And what stinks about it is, man, basketball is it's one of those games. You know, you come in and sometimes you just seems like you can't do anything right. And today that really just was for the Nados. And like, as we've been saying, that's no shot on anybody, no disrespect. Obviously, we respect everybody here, but you just have days that are tough. This is a tough day for the Nados.
100%. So Nados will be either the 4th or the 5th seed, depending on how the tiebreakers work with William Peace, will determine whether or not this will be a home game or not. But it does seem that this is going to be the matchup in the first round. William Peace and Brevard. Looks like the way that the seeding works right now, the standings aren't entirely clear in the sense of tiebreakers and stuff like that. There's a few teams with the same records, but right now it looks like it would be 4 or 5 William Peace and Brevard. It's just a matter of who would be the home team depending on how the tiebreakers work. So Tornadoes, it looks like, could get a crack at William Peace and get a chance to kind of avenge this loss and win the season series, take 2 out of 3 from William Peace in advance, but obviously going to be a tough task and even tougher if you're on the road. But we'll say the Tornadoes did get that blowout victory on the road in Raleigh.
By 22.
Free throw good there. 18-point ball game, 1:23 to go. Still pressure being brought on the defensive end. Got to give credit to William Peace for playing hard from start to finish as Hester gets a backdoor pass, gets it into the corner. Horton, now Carter. Quincy, Euro inside, goes up and gets it. 2 more for the Nados. Bryant. Into Jones. Jones over to Doolin. It's through his hands and out at the William Peace bench. And you look at the three-pointers. That's one thing that's really going to stick out in this one. It's a 16-point game. Nados knocked down 2 threes. William Peace knocked down 8. 6 times 3 is 18. The three-pointers really the difference in this one. William Peace efficient, fairly efficient at least, 8 for 19. From the 3, 42%. As that one's ripped away from Parton.
And I mean, sure, the three-point percentage is kind of mind-boggling, but you got to wonder, you know, how the Nados only got up 7 attempts.
Make it 8 as Carnes misses there. Hester in the hip pocket of Bryant. Now Bryant going to charge inside, and thought he was about to kind of get crazy and go for a basket there still, but instead he'll dribble this thing out. They might technically take a shot clock violation here, about a half a second between the shot and game clock.
But as I said earlier, hats off to the Pacers, man. Hats off. Great game.
Bryant, hands, and now firing and shooting is Sean Jones, and that is Bush League. That's pretty ridiculous of Jones to fire up a 3 like that, but oh well. I mean, the Tornadoes lost by 16. That wasn't going to make or break the game, but all in all, just a disappointing effort from the Tornado men. The Tornado women's getting a blowout victory earlier today and riding the momentum that you want to see heading into the tournament. Tornado men, unfortunately, doing quite the opposite, Coop.
I got to say, you know, I was kind of hoping for 2 for 2 today here in the Bosch, but, you know, you can't always get what you want. And, you know, sometimes you see things like this build character. You know, you see it in March Madness all the time. You see a team come in who's kind of been on the struggle bus, maybe a game or 2, maybe even a week, and then you see them just kind of flip it around. All it takes is one game of everything going right for a team to get momentum. So I trust in Coach Burgess and the staff of the NATO's men's team to get them right for this time of year.
Taking a look across the conference, once again, Greensboro getting a 68-67 victory over Pfeiffer. So Greensboro will finish above Brevard in the conference. North Carolina Wesleyan would likely finish above Brevard in the conference, and especially they definitely will if they get this victory over Mary Baldwin. That's a tight game right now. Mary Baldwin will be above Brevard, and possibly William Peace now, depending on tiebreakers. Same conference record with a season series split between the NATOs and the Pacers. So it'll be interesting to see who gets home court in that game if that does, in fact, end up being the matchup. That Mary Baldwin Wesleyan game is 60-57 in favor of Mary Baldwin with 1:54 remaining. Wesleyan trying to hang on and get a victory there. And the conference playoff picture, we'll know everything tonight, but right now, really murky. You got to look at tiebreakers and things like that. And the USA South, at least on the website of the conference, doesn't really specify those sort of things. Taking a look at the individual numbers for both sides. For William Peace, it was a really well-rounded effort, but the leading scorer was Pettiford with 20. Timothy Pettiford, 8 for 14 from the field, 1 for 1 from deep. 12 rebounds for him as well. You had Sean Jones with 12 points, 11 points for Michael Doolin, 9 for Bo Bryant, 10 for Lomanak, all in the first half, and a really just balanced offensive attack from William Peace. In terms of scoring for the Tornadoes, not a whole lot going. 14 for R.J. Johnson. He had 11 in the first half, and that was one thing that was really confusing to me. Obviously, I'm not with the team every day. I don't know nearly as much as Coach Burgess, so this isn't calling into question his authority, his knowledge, anything like that. I have to be really specific on here so I don't offend anybody or get things misconstrued. But what I'm wondering is why R.J. Johnson didn't have as big of a role in the second half. I don't think he got brought in until about the 11-minute mark. And it could be a case of he's a sophomore, he's young, he's not used to playing that much or exerting that much energy. It could be anything like that, but we didn't see a whole lot of him in the second half. And the Tornadoes did not play a great second half. Got outscored by 5. Couple of points for Drew Smith and Chancey Watson, 4 for Charlie Hester, 8 apiece for Horton and Carnes, 10 for Quincy Carter, 4 for Reed, 2 for Sly White. And just as a whole, disappointing game for the NATOs. They're going to look to bounce back. Not sure where that will be yet or who that will be against. We do know that the Tornado women are locked into that number 4 seed. And the Tornadoes, just a lot of uncertainty on where they're headed here in this first round in terms of the men's, but the women's locked in on that 4 seed. They will have a home playoff game here on Tuesday night for the 3rd year in a row. The Tornado women's team will host a conference playoff game, but for the men's, going to try and shake this one off. A 16-point loss with the 2 seed at stake. NATOs could fall to either the 4 or the 5, and I think there's even a scenario where they could be the 3, but I don't believe so. NATOs fall 70-54. We will see you again on Tuesday night for postseason basketball. It will definitely be the women's Tornadoes in action on Tuesday night. We could see the men's team in action. Stay posted on the Brevard College social media for all of those updates. But until next time, I am Brady Penn with Weston Coop. Coop, enjoyed having you on once again.
I appreciate you having me on here, man. Anytime you want, I'm ready.
Absolutely. Tornadoes looking to be ready themselves for postseason play coming up here in just a couple of days. A quick turnaround. NATOs falling 70-54. They finished the season 13-11 and 8-6 in conference play. Very respectable, but maybe not quite what they were looking for. 70-54 the final here from the Bosch. NATOs split a doubleheader, men's and women's here. Last regular season game in the Bosch. And we will see you next time. Until then, I am Brady Penn saying let's go NATOs alongside Weston Coop, signing off.